fact, the founder of that company is a Combermere, and he went to the great beyond recently. So a little bit of movement away from the batsman. Actually called a wide by the umpire. Umpire Fields doing duties with umpire Sargent. Samuel Sargent and Ernley Fields. They've been around for a long time. They do a lot of work at the junior level. So we encourage you to come and watch the guys if you can't make it. It's on CBC and of course on the BCA website as well. Here's Butcher Lewis. So an early breakthrough for the Nichols-Bacon Combermere side. Just 2 runs on the board, a wicket down already. So the second over completed. Milo Lodge been inserted. There are 2 runs on the board, but they've lost the wicket.
Yeah, certainly. Butcher would have started down the leg side, a couple of deliveries, but as soon as he was on target, he got the wicket. Ball really not handled well in terms of the batter and not getting close enough to that delivery to keep it along the ground, thus hitting it in the air, giving an early easy catch to the cover fielder. So early moisture here. What they would have to do is the batters suggest be cautious early, play the ball as late as possible, hoping that they can spend at least half an hour or so, hoping the pitch will dry out a bit. Early moisture so far.
So J.D. Hines to continue. It's got a good action. Ball into Jacoby Gittins. Gittins, the left-handed player. And Levi Rowe is the right hand. He's at the non-striker's end. Let me congratulate the Barbados Cricket Association and their wonderful team for ensuring that there's a lot of promotion of the young cricketers. Rather suspect that could be very hard work at the office for the Milo Lodge on this pitch. Combermere actually won the toss. They elected to bowl here. You're not surprised by that decision?
Certainly not. Early moisture in the pitch. They will want to extract as much as possible out of that pitch. But the Milo Lodge batters have to be a little bit more patient. Just ride the storm out, as they would say, and things would get better.
They're kept very low indeed. Luckily that was headed on the leg side. Good piece of bowling. I would imagine with all the rain around for the last couple of weeks, surely the pitch would have a lot of moisture in it, and that would have influenced the decision of Nichols-Bacon Combermere having won the toss to bowl first, one would imagine.
Yes, certainly. And so far, Hines looking pretty good, accurate most of the time. And as I said, patience is the key here for the Milo Lodge batters.
Yeah, patience is very much the key here. It's overcast, no sign of sun at all. In fact, there are many who thought that by now it would be driving Rubis. Had a lot of rain in Barbados in recent times. Of course, this is hurricane season, but the weather's been holding quite well. It's overcast, but we've gotten a start on time, which is good. That's a good length, just outside the off stump. What's the interest like at this level in terms of, from your sports council, of course, you are very much involved in it. And I know a lot of parents are involved. We see a couple here. We'd expect that more will come, but this game was scheduled to be in the vacation, but because of rain, schools are open, so you may not get the crowd that you would have been looking for. That's down the leg side. To end the third over, just 2 runs on the board, 1 wicket gone. Milo Lodge are batting at the Rubis Sports Club, the venue for the finals. Of course, there's the Student Revolving Loan Fund very much involved in this. We want to thank them for coming on board. The youth are very important. There's a saying that the youth of a nation are the trustees of posterity. So, what do you make of it so far, Donovan?
Yes.
3 overs gone.
Certainly. Good start by the Combermere side. Hines pretty accurate. Wicket gone early, so they're in the driver's seat. But to answer your question quickly, the interest is still there. The youngsters are still keen and want to get involved in cricket. That's very good. Also very good to see the parents who are coming on board and encouraging them and supporting them in every way that, possible. So it's good from that viewpoint. And very, very surprisingly, there are a lot of youngsters who are also interested in becoming cricket umpires.
So Butcher Lewis to continue. Heavy set. Medium fast bowler. A little bit of swing as well. And there's a Levi Rowe coming to the front foot. He's actually been watched by his grandfather, who has come right behind the keeper to give instruction. Gilbert Rowe, that's a fairly well-known name in Barbados in the entertainment business. And just saying to his grandson, that's a good shot. So you've got coaches all about the place.
Yeah, certainly.
You're a coach as well, aren't you?
That's certainly advice coming from left, right, and center, as they would say. Obviously wanting the youngsters to do well, because as I often say, it's all about the youngsters, and you want them to do well, obviously, but they can only be one winner.
Wide call by the umpire Fields. So once again, this game being shown on television thanks to CBC. The importance of having a lot of stuff, local stuff on your television, that's important. Thanks to Mr. Pearson Bowen and his good team. Chance for a catch just over the third slip position for a single. The outfield is heavy and just a single.
Yeah, certainly that one outside the off stump, giving the batter some arms. And as they say, if you're going to flash, go hard. And he did exactly that. And that one just ran away to third man. So far, the bowling has been pretty good from the Nichols Baking Combermere. Hines and Butcher, for the most part, have been on target, really gifting little or nothing away. So really, it's a good start from this pair who are bowling pretty well in partnership, and that's very important.
Very important indeed. So Butcher Lewis to continue. Batsman is Jacoby Gittins. A couple of interesting players. We talked about Liam Seeley, who's the captain. His father, Anderson Seeley, would have played for Banks and certainly did very, very well indeed. In fact, at one season you said he got 98 wickets.
98, yeah. I really should have got 120.
You should have.
So many drop catches.
How good was he?
Very good.
Very good.
Very good. And he was rated by the most honorable Desmond Haynes.
If you get that kind of rating, you know that you're good. So his son Liam is the captain of the Milo Lodge team and the Combermere team, sponsored by Nichols Bacon. The captain is Justin Paris, and his father would have played a match or two for Barbados. Teacher as well, and coach. So the influence of the parents is so
Certainly there.
So important.
That's important.
Of course, Shaunico Sargent, who plays for the Milo Lodge, his father is Sean Sargent. That's a lovely flowing drive. And Sean Sargent would have played first in Catherine, but we know most of the over comes to an end. Playing at the junior level for the Combined School South, making lots of runs. In fact, there were many people who thought that he would have gone on to have played for Barbados and possibly for the West Indies. The kind of talent that he showed at that level. That time would have been Edison Rock as well. Those were the two that were the talk of the town. But I know that Sean has a great say and influence, and his son goes to every match, as the father should. And Anderson Seeley is here watching his son, who is the captain of the Milo Lodge side, and he's an all-rounder in the team. So the action continues. So Jahidi Hines is the bowler. Bowling to Levi Rowe, number 3 batsman. The man to go ready. Malika Mason, the man to go. Caught at cover. That's too wide. 2 umpires doing duties. Samuel Sargent and Ernley Fields. As I said, they've been involved in this cricket for quite a long time. It's really good to see the kind of investment made by the Barbados Cricket Association in terms of ensuring that the coverage is very good in terms of mileage, and to have it on the 15 final on television, Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation. I think it's a performance that is worthy of commendation. There's no doubt about that. It's on the BCA website, and the Barbados Cricket Association, unlike a lot of countries, recognizing the importance of the promotion of the sport, despite the fact that things are not going well for cricket in the Caribbean. Half shot for leg before, maybe heading down the leg side. Know that the manager of marketing and communications, Mr. Stephen Leslie, has been very pivotal in ensuring that these things happen. So give him his due. So it used to be the Texaco Sports Club. Of course, there's no longer Texaco, it's Rubis Sports Club. Have you ever played here, Donovan?
No, I've never played a game here. I've watched a few games here. The pitch, those both been here have been pretty good. As we can see now, here is good as well. Just the early moisture, really. But once that goes away, then it should really be a placid pitch. So far, the bunks looks pretty good. So it's always a pretty good pitch here at the Rubis ground.
I would think so.
And special good morning to you. Welcome to you, Andy Payne. Good morning to you.
Morning, Lyndon. Morning to our viewers.
And very much so, as the action is about to continue.
Yep. You have Azric Butcher Lewis, Lyndon, bowling from that northern end.
And this first is outside line of the off stump. And
Yep. Left alone there by Levi Rowe.
okay, so we'll have to feel our way through it at the moment.
Yep. A few technical difficulties going around, but surely,
These things do happen.
yep. Great production team we have here, they'll get it rectified.
Oh yes, oh yes. Humid day, even though it's overcast. Classified watch in effect, or was in effect. But no sign of rains here at the Texaco Rubis ground, just off the mighty Grynner highway. And here's a delivery which is slashed at and dropping just in front of the keeper.
The keeper, Lyndon Yards, is none other than Gavin Firebrace. He's the keeper. Very minute guy. But his glove work so far has looked pretty good, Lyndon.
Oh, I've been very impressed. I haven't had a lot to do really. And the outfield a little bit on the thickish side. And I suspect that we go into day 2 and 3. That it will get a little faster as it dries out. And maybe it can also be shaved a little bit more to the outside of the off stump. And allowed by to the keeper, the umpires, Samuel Sargent and Ernley Fields. And the Milo Lord side, Joshua Barrow, Jaden Bell, Shakobi Gittins, Josiah Debios, Malachi Mason, Devon Reese, Kavio Bellamy, Shanico Sargent, and then we have Liam Seeley, the captain, son of Anderson Seeley, and Levi Rowe, and Zion Toppin. So it's Rowe.
Yep.
And he waits on
Butcher Lewis.
Butcher Lewis. It'll be tossed up, and a stifle appeal. Looks to whip it into the leg side. The keeper skips around from behind the stump, and there is no run to give you the Nichols Bacon Combermere side. Justin Parrish, the captain, and he has Jahidi Hines, Khalik Fort, Gavin Firebrace, the keeper, Omari Daniel Hoda, Aaron Barton, Azarik Butcher Lewis, who has the ball in his hand, Marcus Stevenson Jackman, Akeem Hartley, and then there's Amar Stanford and Deshaun Brown. So here is the delivery outside of the off stump slash through the third man region. They'll get 1. They will probably turn and come back for 2. The return comes in, high return, pulls the keeper away from the stump, and the batsman benefit by 2. So that takes a total
9. Yeah, okay. Give me it. 9. 9? So
9 for loss of 1. As here's Butcher Lewis in, they'll be down the leg side. And no trouble whatsoever. So Hines and Lewis, 2 bowlers use.
it's over number 1.
This is over.
Over number
9 for 1. And this is the outside of the off stump, allowed to go by through the keeper. And there's no run. So at the end of over number 8, it is 9 for 1. And more phase impressions on the proceedings thus far, Andy Payne.
Yeah, Lyndon, I would say very slow proceedings so far this morning, but you see the batter is just trying to buy the time, and just buy the time and spend some time in the middle. Just, it's overcast conditions. Yeah, very bowler-friendly conditions, you would say here, Lyndon. So just the 2 batters just trying to see them off, maybe see the new ball off, see the swing of young Jahidi Hines. He's bowling some good lengths, as well as Butcher Lewis, who's getting it to swing a little bit outswing to the right-hander. But it seems like it's going to be a bowling change here, Lyndon Yard. Seems like the first bowling change from the southern end. Looks like the bowler pick it up. Let's have a look at it. Look like Khalik Fort.
So number 29 on his back.
Yep.
And let's see what he has to offer. Fort.
Yep.
Not a very familiar cricketing name.
I think Lyndon, his dad might be one from the golfing circles. Lyle Fort. He's one down there at the Sandy Lane, so you might know Lyle.
Well, I actually saw him on his way out this morning,
Yeah.
so he did drop him off. And here's the young Fort in short delivery, tucked away into the leg side, down to the short fine leg region, which is vacant. The turn for 1, they're going to turn and come back for 2. And that is 2 to Gittins.
Yep. He takes his score onto Giddens, 5 is it? Make him 5, Lyndon.
So Giddens on 5. So we're just gonna get it for you shortly. Giddens 5, and with him is none other than Levi Rowe. How much is Rowe?
Rose on 3.
Rowe's on 3, and that takes a total to 11 for the loss of 1, and this is over number 9. As young Khalik Fort, the son of Lila Fort. Let me get that part right. Son of Lila.
That's correct.
I'm a cricketing family.
Tell you what, Lyndon Yard, only recently, we was seeing the nation essay some popular cricketers from that Holders Hill area. And
last Friday, the king of stats.
King of stats, Mike King.
Area that's produced a plethora of cricketers.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that young Fort is one of the up-and-coming players from in that said area.
Well, he has a bright future ahead of him. And you can see him at almost every cricket game played in Barbados with his dad, who had the state ball, hard ball. He's whatever final it is, it'll be outside in the off stump, and the batsman comes onto the front foot. That is Giddens, can't score. So Giddens remains on 5. Rowe has 3. And day 1 of this grand final between Milo Lodge and the Nichols Bacon Combermere 2024 under 15 final was known as the Ronald Tree. That would have been your time, Andy Payne, and even before our time, really.
Before our time, I think when we played it would have been the
BET under 15.
Then,
that's
yes.
right. As Fort moves into bowls Giddens, and the left-hander gets a little bit, whips it
Oh,
down through the field at backward square. Bad bit of feeling to get 1. He's going to allow them to come back for 2. Really should have stopped that. The ball did go to his right. Didn't have to move. They're going to contemplate the 3rd, and very, very good running and sloppy bit of feeling. So 3 to Giddens, which carries him to 8. And the total now up to 14 for the loss of 1 in the 10th over.
I think the one doing the misfeeding there would be Akeem Hartley. He's been doing a lot of the work at that square leg area. As you see him coming across now to square leg to the right-handed Levi Rowe. But not a good feeling. Coach Corey Edwards would have been very disappointed with that.
And Captain Justin Paris equally is disappointed with that effort, because the fact that the outfield is kind of on the heavier side and the pain, the ball wasn't traveling. You really should have stopped that with the assistance of the fact that it wasn't traveling on the thickish outfield. Not necessarily thick, but obviously could have used another layer being taken off the top. As Fort, with number 29, is back from the southern end, the outside end of the offside, beautifully bowled. Is the batsman looking to hit it through the offside, but obviously all over the shop. Andy Payne, his left leg went to mid-wicket, kind of like a T20 shot. His left leg went to mid-wicket, the bat went to cover, and his head was somewhere over the short third man region. So
yeah, not in the
not in the annuals.
The manuals at all.
Not in the coach manuals at all.
Yeah.
14 for 1. Khalid Fort is in. And delivery pitched up outside in the awesome, beautifully bowled. Good line, good length, and well left there by Rowe. And he redeems himself there, Andy Payne, just allowing that ball to go by outside in the awesome. And that concludes the end of over number 9, where you can tell you that our score is Amelia Quick. And being joined by Andy Payne, I can tell you, at the end of 9 overs, with the news that the Lodge School haven't been invited to bat. There are presently 14 for loss of 1 against Nichols Bacon Combermere.
Yeah, good over the start there by young Fort. I mean, he was on the off stump there to the right-handed Levi Rowe. You saw him playing that naughty shot Lyndon Yard, but generally he's been good. I mean, that one worked away by the left-handed Jacoby Gittins as well. Should have been stopped by Hartley at the square leg area, but generally good areas so far there by young Fort to start his first over.
Yes, and not a bad start for the young man.
Looks like another
so
bowling
we have a double change. Hunt Hood.
Omari Daniel
so
Hood.
Omari Daniel Hood.
Yep.
So we're going to have a double change.
Yep.
As we're going to see Omari Daniel Hood into the attack. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Giddens, who has 8 against his name. Rowe has 3. And that is Levi Rowe. And Jacoby Giddens on strike. As Hood is in right arm medium pace, balls will be underlined the leg, some tucked away down to short fine leg. They take one, they will contemplate the second, they will get it two. As Khalik Fort is onto it, throws his return down at the bowler's end, and with that two, Gittins is now into double figures. He eases to 10, and it's now 16 for 1, Andy.
Yeah, just like how young Gittins is allowing the ball to come to him, Lyndon. He's not going at it hard, so he's able to deflect those balls on the leg side, just work them past the square leg area, just getting himself in good position and just working it past the square leg, like I said. But good opening batsman theory employed, just allowing the ball to come to him. So good form of batter's technique there, Lyndon.
And here is Hood, goes past the umpire, balls will be underlining the leg stump, and there is a delivery which goes by the keeper. Stuck out his right hand, didn't move, and that's not the improved fashion.
No.
And fire brace. Maybe looks a little bit close for that delivery, Andy. I think I caught him by a little bit of a surprise and just stuck his hand out. Luckily for him, it didn't ricochet.
Yeah.
And fortune favors the brave.
Yeah, they're both beaten by the pace there, Lyndon Yard of young Daniel Hood.
Yeah. He looks a little quicker than his run up, actually. We'd like to see him with maybe a little bit more extension to his run up.
Yeah, I see him trying to make some adjustments to his field now, Lyndon.
He's going to bring the third man around from white third man to conventional third man. And he goes past the umpire and bowls to Gittins, and Gittins is onto the front foot, drives it back to the bowler. He feeds cleanly, there's no run. Hood with number 22 in his back. And that does help our cause, Andy.
Yep, good old time cricket there by us, Lyndon.
Oh, yes.
Going back to what we would have learned when we first started to play. What do we call it? Gully cricket?
Gully cricket. So, slipping a gully in position as Hood moves in to bowls the Gittins, and Gittins goes on the bat for plays a naughty shot, looking to run it down to third man. And the visions of probably getting himself out there, Andy Payne, because there's a gully in position, there's a slip on the gully. Really looks more like a third slip. You could caution that, you could confidently say that, but I'll call it a gully. And it was a high risk shot because you could either steered it into the slip hand, and there's a third man on the boundary, so it really wasn't a value shot indeed.
I think what's happening here, Lyndon, is that Daniel Hood, he's causing a little bit more pace than that.
Yeah, he looks a lot sharper than he does in his run up, and he bought his run. Umpire early feels. Good to see the veterans controlling the youth cricket. We've seen the emergence of quite a few decent young umpires recently handling the finals, so good to see the veterans given their time in the limelight under extremely grey clouds but no sign of rain. And once again, Omari Daniel Hill aborts his run, operating from the northern end of the ground to our extreme right is the mighty Grynner Highway, recently renamed after the great Calypsonian. You're familiar with Grynner?
No, the mighty Grynner. 20 times road march champion here.
Oh, yes. As Hood is in, and the full toss outside of the off and bang down to the field at a point. Well fielded there by the young man. And in the meantime, Gittins moves to 11. And the score now is 17 for 1 in over number 10. The final of the BCA under 15 competition featuring Milo Lodge against Nichols Bacon Combermere. And all important final.
Yep.
Being carried live on CBC TV and of course on the BCA stream, www.bca.org, if my memory serves me correct. And here is Omari Daniel Hood, very impressed with his pace, moves into bowl to row, and row allows this one to go by to the keeper, and there is no run. So that concludes over number 10 with the news that Milo Lodge having been invited to bat by Combermere, who won the toss, Nichols Bacon Combermere, and after 10 overs, 17 for 1, having lost Malachi Mason, no relation at all to Andrew Mason. And with Gittins now on 11, and Rowe has 3. So at the end of 10 overs, 17 for 1, Andy.
Yep, very slow proceedings, but gets batted, I must say, by the Milo Lodge School after losing that early wicket in what's the name of that young player, Mason. He went pretty early. Malachi Mason. He went early. So
blue shot to cover.
Yep, to cover. So a little bit of a repair job by this pair. Rowan Gittins. Gittins, he's on 12, not out row, he's on 3. Gittins, like I said, looks very good in defense. He's just working, allowing the ball to come on to him. You know, Lyndon, he's not going at it too hard, but he looks like he's set for a good score here.
Here's young Fort. goes past the umpire sergeant, goes to the wide outside of the off stump, and left alone by Gittins. There is no run. Gittins sported some long hair under his helmet, Andy Payne. In our time of going to school, we were extremely well groomed, very low, especially at the start of the school year, which only started yesterday, this new semester. But times have changed. Oh, how times have changed.
All times have changed. Different era.
As Fort moves into bowls to Gittins, and Gittins gets a bit outside of the off stump, short, and bangs it past the fielder at the gully region and can't score.
Gets cleaned up there by Aaron Barton at the point area.
Helped by a thickish outfield. And as I said, I would like to see the outfield, at least another layer of grass taken off. Maybe in the next 2 days. Obviously, with the rains, the ground staff have done a wonderful job to make sure that things are ready for play at 11:30.
If you look on the screen there, that's one Jetson Yard of Combermere fame. He's been doing a lot of work there as well, Linden Yard.
Both these schools have produced some tremendous cricketers over the years. Here's for the outside of the off stump, slashed out to the fielder at cover, who parries it to Barton, who has to give it a chase out to the point boundary, and they're going to turn and come back for 2. So 2 more to Gittins, and he is on to 13. And at this stage, you can tell that the Milo Law School 19 for 1.
Yeah, another good shot there by Gittins again. You're just allowing that one to come to him. It was a bit aerial, but he got into the drive and he just played it where no fielder was, and he was able to beat the man that cover area, and the point man had to run it pretty close to the boundary. But as you said, Lyndon, it's pretty thick, the outfield, so he was able to get 2 for that.
As Fort, right arm around the wicket is in, and balls will be outside of the off stump, right up, driven to the fielder at the cover region, and there's no run, so slip in position. There's a third man on the boundary, gully. There's a backward point, there's a cover point, cover, mid-off, straightish mid-wicket, and the fielder behind square, 3/4 of the way. Well, you say inside the circle, basically. Yep. And it is 19 for 1. Lodge invited to bat first in this under 15 final. Here's Fort, moves into bowl to Gittins. Gittins gets a little bit loose outside the off stump. He drives, beautifully bowled by Fort. I think you would call it a weight off.
Yep.
And I think it's a good policy by young Fort, because technically what he's trying to do, he's trying to get Gittins to pull him out of his comfort zone. What I like about Gittins is prepared to wait on the ball and play within his strength, within his area. So you got to bowl at him if you want to get him out. But Fort seems to have a good idea, good strategy, just trying to drag him wide with those 3 deliveries.
Yeah, and the right ploy, like you said, just driving a bit wide, and you've seen him string from that cordon. He's brought the guy from third man into a third slip area.
Yes, so 2 slips in the gully, goes down, and is outside of the off stump, shortish in length, and forced up to the fielder at the mid-off position. And there is no run, still 19 for 1. With Gittins on 13, Rowe has 3. And that concludes the end of over number 10. So we're going to have a water break. And at the break, with the Lodge School having been invited to bat in this under 15 BCA under 15 final being played here at the Rubis ground, Texaco, just off the mighty Grynner Highway. Lodge 19 for 1, having lost Malachi Mason. He went. And we have Gittins not on 13, Rowe is not on 3, and 19 for 1, Andy.
Yeah, first session there, Linden there. I think Combermere would think they're in the ascendancy, having taken that early wicket of Mason. Good opening spell, you must say, between Jahidi Hines and Butcher Lewis. You know, and Butcher Lewis. Oh yeah, he was. No, he was cut off. Yeah, but a good start, that I must say, by the Combermere team. The Lodge team, they have a lot of work ahead of them, like we said. A full day's play here is a 3-day game, if you just need to know that. This is on the 15th final, so he's got a long time to bat, so we just need to spend some time in the middle of the Lodge School. It seems like getting season for the long haul, he looks technically sound, as well as Levi Rowe. He's just offering support at this time. He's not trying to do anything extravagant, but a good start, I must say, so far by proceedings, Lyndon.
Oh yes, nice start. You see the head courage. That's going to remark the crease in his end. The players are having a refreshment break, much deserved. And despite the fact that we grace with grey clouds, light grey clouds, no threat of rain whatsoever. Definitely we're feeling the heat.
Yep.
So first wicket fell with a score on 2-1. Malachi Mason was caught by Hood off the ball of Lewis 1. And at the moment, Shakobi Gittins is the opening partner. He's not out on 13. With him is Levi Rowe, who is not out on 3. And Jahidi Hines opening the bowling with young Butcher Lewis. And then we saw Khalid Fort picking up the attack from the southern end. And then Omari Daniel Hood replacing Butcher Lewis at the southern end. So the umpires make their way back to the middle. And the head curator will just remark the playing area, the crease, at the southern end of the ground. And the pitch, Andy, any surprises that the Lodge side were asked to bat first?
Not at all, Lyndon. I mean, you come here and you see these overcast conditions, extra layer in the covering on the pitch. So you would think there's some kind of moisture around. I mean, it would be some conditions that you would want your seam bowlers to exploit early in the morning. 11:30 start, all of that in place. You might watch bowl, and they did get the early breakthrough. But I mean, it's very humid out there. That's one thing to say. Although it's overcast, so in that they just need to keep their energy levels up, get lots of fuels in. But yeah, I think anyone winning the toss this morning would have inserted the opposition.
Yeah, haven't had a look at it myself. When I arrived, I thought that while the ground staff was still preparing it with a light roller, it was showing different phases when the roller was over it. So clearly there was some moisture in it from the extended cover maybe over the last 3 days. Plus the rain wouldn't help, and the dew factor as well. So it's a good toss to win and ask the opposition to bat. But I think when you look at it, it hasn't done a lot really. And it's a good thing that we don't have the sunshine, because if the sun could just bake down on it, it could just move from a slow wicket to a nice placid backing trap. Well, here is young Omari Daniel Hood to take it up. And he's going to start over number 11. Bowling to Rowe, who has 3. He's been there for quite some time. And the Combermere side on the attack with 2 slips in the gully. Backward point, cover. Mid-off.
Like I said, yeah.
Cover point, cover mid-off. And then there is square leg, and the fielder that was missing is going to be at a short mid-on position, straightish. So he's operating with a 7-2 field. So interesting tactic. And his first delivery is on the line, and the leg stump work into the leg side by Rowe, who allows the ball to come to him. I think this has been the feature of the innings thus far by the Lodge team, their batsmen, their approach, and allowing the ball to come onto them rather than looking to go after the deliveries. Yep.
They're coached very much by Teddy Foster, who would have played for Barbados level. And yeah, the technique seems to be pretty good. And then I like that they're not going helter-skelter at it, but they're just allowing it to come to them at this time. Daniel
Hood is in, outside in the off stump, and the ball drops in front of keeper Firebrace, who does well to keep it. Take it on the bounce. There is no run. It remains 20. Yep. For the loss of 1.
But so far, then I must also say, I think the bowlers have really bowled to the field. I mean, you haven't been seeing them spraying it all over the shop. He's operating with a 7-2 field, and you can see he's just intent on bowling it down that off-stump quarter.
Hood into bowl to Rowe. Delivery struck on the pad as a P for leg before. Stifled somewhat, and they might have gone a little bit of inside edge onto that. And that one seemed to have cut back at him, Andy.
Yeah, that one seems to move back.
And what I like about young Hood on that occasion is that he probably pulled the length back. So rather than using that 4-meter mark, I think he went for the 6-meter mark, just pulled it back a little bit. And he didn't get the bounce. And hence the ball crashed into the left pad of young Rowe, who sells these on 3. 20 for 1 as Hood is into him, and he's driving and brilliantly caught. Magnificently taken at gully
Justin Parrish,
by Justin Parrish, the captain. Catches when matches a loose drive there by Rowe, who, as I said, had been there for quite some time without really pushing on, and he gets it to be pitched up outside in the off stump, and young Hood bowling exceptionally well, and playing sticking to the plan, a 7-2 field to be pitched up outside in the off stump. The batsman threw his left leg at it and his bat, didn't keep it down, and brilliantly caught by Justin Parrish. So he goes for 3, and at this stage, Lodge, they are in some trouble. They're 20 for the loss of 2.
Oh yeah, it's very good, consistent bowling again there by Daniel Hood. In the yard, we were just saying how he's bowling on that off-stump quarter. bowling with a 72 field. He was just patient. The batsman kind of loses patience on that occasion, and you saw him going to SC a big
just
drive.
pulled it back a little
What a
bit.
lovely catch.
He didn't
taken
get
by
the
Captain
bounce.
Paris.
And hence the
Then
ball
slip
crashed
forward.
into
That one was
the left pad
dive a bit to
of
the
young
left.
Rowe,
and you
who
see it here
sells.
on the
He's on
replay,
3,
and then the
20 for 1. So
It
this
was
interim, and he's
lovely
driving
there,
and
the
brilliantly
ball was
caught.
left and coming out with an excellent
Magnificently
catch.
taken
He made it
out.
look so easy.
Oh, lovely, lovely. What a good catch by the captain. So that's put his team further in the ascendancy, if you must say. So at 20 for 2 in the yard. The new batsman, it looks like Joshua Dubois. He's the number 4. It's a big job ahead for him to stay there with Jacoby Gittins and try to get a partnership going.
Well, as they like to say, Josiah
Josiah
Dubois.
Dubois.
As I like to say, Andy Payne, it's one thing to stay there, but you also want to make sure that the scoreboard is ticking over. And it doesn't make sense to stay there and lose wickets, but he has a role to play. He's in at number 4 with his team a little bit on the back foot, 20 for 2 on day 1 of the BCA under 15 final, being played in, I would say, good cricketing conditions. No rain, despite the fact that it was flash flood in effect for Barbados. First, the outside line of the off stump, and well left by the young man who throws the left pad outside the line of the off stump and allows it to go by to the keeper, taken by Firebrace. So Nichols, Bacon, Combermere with their tail up, and Lodge very much on the back foot. 20 for the loss of 2, having lost Malachi Mason, caught Hood Bowl Lewis for 1, 2 for 1. And at 20, they lost the wicket of Rowe, who was caught by Paris off the bowling of Hood for 3. They'll be outside of the off stump. Across the wicket comes young Dubois, plays the ball in the offside and picks up his first run. So he opens his account. So he has 1 against his name. And it is now up to 21 for loss of 1. And this is over number 11 in progress. With Giddens, who's been there from the inception, or from the time the invitation went to the Lord's side to take first knock. He's on 13. He's looked solid as a rock. As the ever-present Kenmore Bino has arrived. And you'll see him wherever there's a top sporting event all over Barbados. As young Daniel Hood is into bowl to Gittins. Gittins gets a bit ill-directed. Outside line legs taken by young Firebrace, Gavin Firebrace. And that concludes over number 11 with the Lord's side inviting the bat first. They're 21 for loss of 2.
Yeah, get it over there for the Combermere team in the yard. Again, young Daniel Hood just continues to be, on that off stunt, like we said so often, just using his consistency and asking Rowe. He lost his patience. He went for a big drive and he lost an edge to slit where that lovely catch was taken by Justin Paris. But these guys, just a left-handed, right-handed combination. So you see him bowling to the left-hander that time and just spraying that one down the leg side a bit. But just to keep that consistency going. But he's looked good so far.
So, it's going to be Khalik Fort to continue. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. And he's at the top of his mark. Fairly long run up. Slimly built. A lot like his father, Lyle, who I'm sure is listening assiduously once he's not on the course. And here's Fort in, and the delivery which is on the line. The legs don't work out to the field at the square leg. Who's onto it. Can't score. Feel a little bit deep. And I think that's an area, Andy, where they could probably just make a little adjustment because the fact that the outfield is kind of thickish. The ball is not quite going to carry. So maybe he could come in maybe a couple paces, but
I think that's Hartley again, but I think what the captain is asking him to do is stay back a bit after that misfield. He doesn't want him rushing it too quickly. So he's asking him not to come too close.
Fort moves into bowl to Dubois, and Dubois is playing it very, very late. And that's a strange looking shot. As a matter of fact, he got off the mark similarly. He just seems to get the bat out before the pad. That one was kind of in the crease area. He came across the stumps, but ended up playing with the bat first before the pad got there. So he survives 21 for 1. He has 1 against his name, Josiah Dubois. And here is Fort from the southern end. It's into him. They be pitched upside the awesome, and it's caught. Drop. So a simple catch has been put down. And Paris, he took a blinder early, and now he puts down a simple catch. They'll be outside of the awesome, and said, young Dubois seems to have this intent that he wants to play bat and ball together and not simultaneously.
No.
So he's getting himself in a very awkward position. He's basically steered that ball to Paris, who might have been guilty of trying to come forward to take the ball, and it came at him a lot quicker than he anticipated. So catch put down, And Fort moves into bowl to the board. The ball gets to be on the line of the leg stump. Plays it to the fielder at the straightish mid-on position. And there's no run. So should have been further trouble for the Lord's side. But Captain Justin Paris putting down a sitter. Very catchable waist height.
Yeah, he mauled himself for not taking that one. After taking such a beautiful catch the previous over. That one was simple by his standards.
Here's Fort past the umpire. Balls will be pitched up. Full toss. Driven. And not stopped there by the fielder at cover. But he has good support from the fielder at the mid-off position.
Deshaun Brown.
And the total remains 21 for 2. This is over number 12 in progress. With Milo Lodge having been asked to bat first. And Fort, with number 29 in the middle of his back, is in. They pitched up on the line of the leg since the leg before. And Noddle says the umpire, the ball makes his way down to the field at square leg. There's no run. And I'll tell you what, that concludes over number 12. Done and dusted, with Milo Lodge having been invited to bat first in the BCA under 15 final here in good grading conditions at the Texaco ground just off the mighty Grynner Highway. They're 21 for 2.
Yes, Linden Yard, another good over there by Fort. Like we said, he's consistently down that off stump, and the ball, he's getting himself in trouble. He's just playing it really late there and just opening the face there to that one to slip. Justin Paris failed to hold on, but it's a strange looking technique there by the boy.
Yeah, very, very strange, where he wants to play. You normally say bat and pad, but somehow he has a stab action where he's carrying his weight goes to his right foot, and he then carries the bat and the pad together, which makes it look very, very awkward. But he survives. Gittins waits on Hood, the man of the day, and this one is tucked away from the line of the leg stump. They take one. The fielders from slip conversion, they can come back for 2. The return comes in, and Gittins will complete his 15th run, and the Milo Lodge School up to 23 for a loss of 2. And the final today would have been robbed of some of the attendance of quite a few of the supporters from both sides, from both Lodge and Combermere. I remember.
And by extension, probably the other schools as well.
Oh yes,
competed in this tournament.
As Hood moves into bowl to Gittins, Gittins gets a delivery which he looks to hit it out through the mid-wicket region and gets it a little high in the bat. And the ball finds its way up to the field at the mid-off position. There's no win. Hood 1 for 7 from 2.2 overs. And having lost Mason for 1 and Rowe for 3. Hood with 1 wicket. And the other wicket going to Butcher Lewis, who had been replaced by Omari Daniel Hood, who starts in from the top of his mark. And makes his way from the northern end to bowl to Gittins, and Gittins this delivery is allowed to go by outside of the off stump, taken by Gavin Firebrace, and there's no run. So still a 7-2 operation, and that 2 fielders on the leg side will be square leg and a straightish mid wicket, Andy, kind of whitish mid wicket really, which is good because you're inviting the batsman to play the on drive or look for that mid wicket region, which would be asking him to go across the ball when the field is really set for an offside attack.
Yes.
So the slips in position, and Captain Justin Paris goes down the gully. Gets to be outside of the awesome, driven out to the fielder on the 45 at cover. And they get 1. Run number 24. Run number 16 to Gittins. And it brings the very interesting Jose 23. 23 is the total, so make the adjustment. And all interest now on young Debois with a very strange approach to how he plays on the front foot.
Yes, Lyndon, I'll be interested to see how you go about this over then. As you know, Daniel Hood, he continues to just ask questions outside that off stump.
And here's Debois. Waits on Hood, goes past the umpire just about now, and he's allowing this one to go by outside of the off stump. Again, the bat gets out there before the left leg. But he's picking up his off stump, which is a good sign. It is just when he has to play and he's a little uncertain.
Yes. just a strange technique, like we said, but obviously he done far good enough to get them to this final. So he's here, the big game.
21 for 2. This is over number 12 as number 13, sorry. This delivery is ill-directed down the leg side, knocked down by the keeper. And then he retrieves. And there is no run. So having said that, it also brings the over to a conclusion. And you see the ball is with Fort. And at the end of 12 overs, invited back first Milo Lodge. They're 23 for 2, having lost Malachi Mason for 1. And Levi Rowe, he went for 3. A wicket to Lewis, to Butcher Lewis, and a wicket to Daniel Hood. So both young men with double barrel names collecting wickets.
Oh yes, Lyndon, this is something we've seen quite a bit in this team.
In this day and age as well.
They've also another double bar name in Marcus Stevenson Jackman. He's also having a double barrel name in the Combermere's team. So parents making sure they're getting all their recognition.
I guess you and I are late then. 23 for 2. Here's Fort. Moves into both to get in 16 against his name, and he's slashing this one through the covers. Lovely shot. Will get one thickish outfield. Will have control of it, and that's all they will be. So you're not going to get value for your money here, Andy Payne. This is a situation where the batsmen are going to have to work for their runs, basically. And run number 17 to Giddens as we start over number 13, and it's now up to 24 for 2.
And I think, Lyndon, that was one of the other advantages of winning the toss and asking them to bat. Hopefully the sun will come out, get a bit dry, the outfield will quicken up a bit when they get the chance to bat Combermere. But you'll have to very much work for your runs here, Lyndon. A lot of running.
I think you hit the nail at the head in the end. You have to work for your runs because I don't see this outfield getting quick unless it's being cut again.
Yeah.
As I said, it could take another layer off as Fort is in to bowl to De Boer, who stretches forward. Looks approved this time. This time he looks in the approved manner.
Fashion, yes.
In the approved manner. He got his pad there first, and then the bat followed right alongside. So well played by the young man. And having been dropped on 1.
Still on 1.
Still on 1. In at number 4. As those high clouds continue to just scatter and becomes a lot lighter. And here is a delivery which again he's stabbing at this delivery. The ball ricochets from the middle of the bat out in the offside. Could have gone down to the gully. So he just has to be careful, Andy. He has to either decide to wait on the ball or play it in the approved fashion.
Yes.
Because he's very much strong on that back foot, standing on the back foot to play forward, which is a very, very awkward thing to do. And he settles into his stance. And Khalid Fort moves in, goes past the umpire, just about knowing ball delivery on a good length, outside the off stump. And allowed to go by. And Gavin Fairbrace, the keeper. Not an easy time for him because some deliveries have just kept down and some have barely carried through. So I think he has to stay down a lot longer, really and truly.
Yeah, keeping at this stage, at this standard, it's a lot because some balls are quicker than some as well. So it's hard to pace where you want to be standing.
Fort into ball to De Boer. De Boer is playing the ball to the straightish mid wicket, which has come a lot tighter to his left. And there is no run to be pitched up. And he worked it from, I would say, centre and leg. Slightly looking to go across the line there. But what I did notice about him too is once the ball is full up to him, then it's a lot easier. So when you pull him wide, that will create a problem for him. 24 for the loss of 2. This is over number 13. And here's Fort. 14?
15 over.
15, sorry.
And he's
bowled.
bowled.
Him. So he's played on.
Yep.
The delivery short in length. And the batsman kind of tucked up. And young De Boer makes his way back. Bowled by Fort. And it's further trouble for the Nichols Bacon Combermere side. It's now 24 for the loss of 3 in the 15th over. Having lost the wicket of De Boer. We'll just watch the replay. And they'll be joined by Donovan Lovell. And the delivery shortish in length. And very late onto it and the inside edge into his stumps. And again, as you welcome back Don Lovell, myself and Andy Payne, we had noticed this young man was having some problems with the delivery pitched up widishly or something. He has this thing about stabbing at the delivery with both bat and pad together, and the length was pulled back there, and caught him in no man's land now, because it's not a delivery to stab at. He's stabbing at the delivery pitched up. He doesn't walk across the line, but he's very strong on his back foot, standing on the back foot. And I guess he has some time that he could work on his game, and of course his coaches would also help him as well. But he goes, and the Lodge are in some trouble. Or would you say a lot of trouble at 24 for 3? Welcome back.
Yes, certainly. Thank you. And it's good to be back, obviously, in the presence of ex-team commentators in yourself, Mr. Yard. Yes, certainly.
Any praise is too high.
Well, yes, indeed. A bit guilty of what I see a lot of batters doing. They favor a particular area, especially offside, so they tend to sit back and wait instead of hitting the ball straight as much as possible, waiting till the ball come into the zone. And he was guilty of that, trying to hit the ball in the offside. Ball pitched up, misjudged the length, and indeed he was bowled.
And the first delivery, the batsman is onto the back foot to go for a quick single. The return comes in and doesn't hit. And there's no run. They ran a one, they can turn and come back for 2. And they'll be low and overthrow. So Shanico Sargent is the new batsman. So straight away, he's off the mark, and I suspect that he is the son of Sean Sargent. So quite a few cricketers in our time are having their proteges on the under 15 stage. Don, is any of your proteges on the 15 stage?
Oh dear, you hurt my heart when you asked me that question. My boys started out loving cricket, would go to the matches and watch cricket. And then one day they said that we want to play some football, we've joined a particular club. And I said, oh my lord, but I still supported them.
Here is Hood. A delivery is worked by Sargent into the mid-wicket region for his 3rd run. And that takes a toll now by Giddens. They didn't run 2? So that's run number 27. 27 for 3. So Sargent now comes on strike. So Giddens is on 19. Sargent off the mark. Okay, so Sargent to have his first ball. So that was the end of the over.
So indeed, good bowling by the Nichols, making Combermere. They've been accurate most of the time. The pitch a little difficult, but they've been good in their bowling, their line and their length so far.
As Hood is in the delivery, which is worked by Sargent through the mid-wicket region to take 1. Little heavy-set young man. So he opens his account. Kind of remind me of a young Andy Payne. And run number 28 on the board. I wouldn't go so far as say young Donovan Lovell. He was a lot heavier than that. So, as you were saying, get back to your story with the youngster. Is he playing in the Prime Minister's Cup then? Has he graduated to that level?
Well, you know, sadly to say, one he bowled as a twin, I must say.
So you have a boy and a girl or 2 boys?
2 boys. A lovely leg break he bowled. The other one loved to bat, hit every ball through the legs. And they said, well, that's my son. After this delivery.
And then we pitched up, and there's Giddens going to go across the line. Interesting story coming up here, Andy Payne.
Yeah.
One ball leg break and the other batted.
Like, love to bat. Every ball to the leg side.
But none play quick right now.
No. I said, even if I had my doubts, I said, this is my son. He's going through the leg side consistently. That's my boy. But then one day I got a phone call, Dad, we're going to join a particular club to play football. We need some books, some football books. That hurt me, but I still bought them for them.
I expected that of you. On the line of the off stump, played into the mid-wicket region by Giddens, who's on 19, with Sargent on 1, and the Lodge School, 28 for 3. Continue.
Yes, certainly. So I supported them, you know, they got the books, everything they needed for football. And whenever I was paying for making this purchase, I would just do a small little stoops, as they would say, but made sure that they didn't see me. I still wanted to support them.
Here's Hood, moves into bowl to Giddens, and Giddens gets it if he tucks it into the leg side. The fielder from backward squares onto it, and Giddens is up to 20. And that takes the total now to 29 for the loss of 3. Say good morning to Sherry and to Dion. Listening very assiduously. They were at their respective schools. Continue.
Yeah, certainly.
Before you go there, let me tell the public that over number 16 has come to an end, and it is now 29 for the loss of 3 in the BCA under 15 finals, with Sargent on 1 and Giddens the opening batsman not on 20. You were saying?
Yes, I certainly go quickly to finish my story. I did that. I supported them and make sure they got whatever they needed until they decided that enough was enough, and that was it. The books went in the corner, the socks went elsewhere, and that was the end of that. But at least I tried my best to get them into cricket. But at the end of the day, as it happens with a lot of parents, you got to support your kids, whatever they want to do. Make sure you're there for them. And even though you would like them to do particular things, you have to support them and whatever they decide they're going to do.
I'll get back to that. Here's fourth, which is new over, wide outside the off stump, and it will be signaled wide by the umpire as well. So run number 30 is up on the board, 30 for the loss of 3. I do support you with this saying, support your children in most things they want to do, not whatever they want to do, most things they want to do. But I think
good things.
I think generally the parents have to take control at up to a certain age, because I remember when I had, it wasn't much of an issue, but similar to what you had, I have a son who played cricket, well, one of 3, but 2 played cricket. And to get back to that, here is fourth, moves into bowl to Gittins, and Gittins is stretching forward, puts up his hands like a traffic cop, says hold it, and there's no run, 30 for the loss of 3. And I remember one year he was playing cricket, and the next semester he was running for the school, and then the next semester he was playing football, and then the next semester he was playing road tennis, and they said, hold on, well, you got to do one thing. And added to that, he was also at horse racing every single Saturday, so something had to give.
So
I took control.
He just might go into politics next.
But as you said, you have to support them is right. Here is a delivery which is a short side of the off stump, slash out to the fielder at the cover point. They take 1, the return comes in. Run number 21 to Gittins. Andrew Mason will come calling shortly, and it is lodged 31 for 3. So having parked the books one side and not making it onto the cricket field, have they completely adjourned any intentions of having a sporting career?
No. Simply no. That's it. But that's the way it goes sometimes, you know.
So you ever thought of getting them into commentating?
I would have to try to see how that works out, but I have my doubts. But I'll wait and see.
Okay. Here's 4. We're still 31 for 3. Into bowl to Shoniko Sargent. And the young man plays it with very, very soft hands. Brilliant running. And he gets a single to the fielder who is sleeping at the mid-off position. But good cricketing. And you can see that that's the hallmark of a fine little cricketer.
Yeah, certainly. Good running, good aggressive running.
No calling. Just simple soft hands. You look at your non-striker. He's already walking. And the fielder's caught napping because he's listening for you to call for the single. And a very good single achieved here. 32.
But so far, it's been a real good effort from the
Lodge side, from the Combermere side?
From the Combermere side in terms of bowling. But Gittins is fighting on. He looks resolute. He wants to do well. He's showing that patience is the key, and he's not giving up.
Well, he waits on 4, but 22 against his name, and he slashes at the wide delivery outside the off stump. And the ball might have bounced just in front of keeper Gavin Fairbrace. There's no run. It remains 32 for the loss of 3. Andrew Mason to come a call in shortly, as they will take a much needed break, a refreshment break. And of course, we're joined by the manager of market at the BCA, Mrs. Stephen Leslie. And what a wonderful initiative to have the BCA Under 15 finals streamed live and carried on the country's #1 television station, CBC. The outside of the awesome, taken by the keeper. A loose drive, or loose probe really, by young Gittins, Jacoby Gittins. I can ask you, Don, did your children have any of these fancy names? Jacoby, Malachi?
I would not.
You would not name
them. I
down
would not
Donovan.
have given them names that it took them at least 15 years to spell. Really. So it was quite easy.
It might take them 15 years to spell, but the pronunciations could be a lot easy. Very, very easy to be outside in the off stump. Through to the keeper, who takes it cleanly, and that concludes the end of the over, the end of my stint for now. And I leave you with the news that Milo Lodge having been invited to bat by Nichols Bacon Combermere in the BCA Under 15 finals right here at Texaco Grounds, adjacent to the mighty Grynner Highway. They are 32 for the loss of 3, having lost Malachi Mason for 1, Levi Rowe for 3, and Josiah Dubois for 1, with Jacoby Gittins not out on 21, and with him is Shoniko Sargent not out on 2. More from the Love Man, and then you'll be joined by another good man.
Yes, certainly difficult going for the Milo Lodge side. Gittins continues to fight, really fighting hard. Some conditions that are not really suited for stroke play. A heavy outfield, accurate bowling by the Combermere school, and I'm really impressed with the way they've started. The lines have been good. The lengths have been good. They've really gifted a little or nothing away, really, in terms of bowling. They've bowled well in partnerships. But as I said, Gittins continues to fight for Milo Lodge. Our Sergeant is with him on 2. Gittins is on 21. And if this pair could stay together and fight it out, ride it out, and hopefully get themselves in a good position where they can get a competitive score. But so far, Gittins is the one who's really fighting and fighting hard for his team, Milo Lodge. As Andrew Mason joins me. Andrew, how are you doing?
I'm well, and you?
And not too bad myself.
Looking forward to CPL tonight?
Oh, certainly.
I know you've got a big job there, I'm told.
I'm hoping that the big guy is back in the side tonight. Cornwall.
Cornwall.
I'm hoping he's back in. That's
So
my guy.
If Cornwall comes in, who would you leave out?
Well, it's going to be a straight swap. Kadeem for Cornwall.
Okay. All right. Interesting. So, Justin Parris, the captain, comes into the side now. Of course, this is Justin Parris Jr., his father, who is a former Barbados cricketer and a coach as well, teacher. So we got spin for the first time today.
We also had a change of keeper. Jahidi Hines had now taken gloves as well.
So Jahidi Hines is also the keeper.
This is replaced by Grace.
Replacing Fairbrace. That's an interesting name, Fairbrace. It'd be interesting to check out the origin of that. You know, in my area, Bayfield, there were a couple of folks with that surname, Fairbrace. Very well bowled indeed. Beautifully bowled there. Outside edge found. Slipping the gully waiting. He was beaten. So Paris has started well here. Bowling to the heavy set Shonika Sargent. Oh! Edge found. Pass slip. Looks a good leg spinner. That could have gone to slip. He was beaten. The outside edge was found. And went past slip in the air.
Yes, certainly a very good delivery. He started well. He's bang on target. He's getting the ball to spin. That one spun a great deal past the first slip where a gully would have been in business if only there was a gully in. But Paris starting, bang on target, as we would say. And I'm one that would say he's certainly one for the future. Very good player. Came through the under 13 ranks where he did really well. And he is one who I would imagine will go all the way.
He's going to bowl to Gittins, who's on 21. So the break is going to be at 1 at break today for lunch. 10 minutes to 2 o'clock, is that correct? Just double checking that. So it's a pretty long session. The action started at 11:30. Here's Paris again. His accuracy is good. There's no question about that. He's been very good in terms of his control.
Very good start.
Good shot. That's hit with a lot of power down towards Wicket. Back for the second. So Gittins looking solid. He opened the batting. Mason 1, roll 3. And Josiah won the batsman to go. The end of a very good first over from the captain of the Nichols-Bacon-Combermere side. Very much on point. Beautiful action and good control. 35 for 3.
They're certainly starting well. Accurate, balls flighted, lovely flight indeed, and importantly bringing the batters forward, looking to just hit that outside edge to give the keeper or the first slip some work. So indeed a very good start by Paris. But Gittins continues to fight and fight on here. He looked pretty solid so far. He's looked good to the Pacers, and indeed so far the slow bowlers he's looked well as well. So he's looking to fight, looking for a good score for his side. So far I'm very impressed with him.
So just to remind you that Nichols, Bacon, Combermere won the toss and predictably in these conditions elected to field, and that decision has proven to be a good one so far. They've been able to get 3 wickets before the break and no doubt looking for more. So Fort to continue. Sargent, whose father, Sean Sargent, would have played a lot for St. Catherine's, but the attention, of course, would have been when he was playing for the Combined School South, as it was then. Player with lots of ability and did very well at the junior level. Very solid as a batsman. In fact, I'm told that he's seen as perhaps the best batsman in the side. But it's always interesting that when you look at where your best batsman should come, number 5, could he maybe come at possibly 3 or even 4? I'll get back to that after this delivery from Fort. We'll get the single here as well as the return comes in. Well, he's a big man, but he's prepared to run. Yeah, I always find it interesting when, and I remember when St. Catherine's used to have Thurston Payne, there was a lot of debate as to whether he should bat, whether he should open the innings for St. Catherine's or bat at 4 or 5. But of course you don't want to come to a crisis, you want to stop one. And there's always my view that if you're the best batsman in the side, you should bat early. Now if Sargent is the best batsman in the side, to come at 35 for 3, it suggests that his side is in a bit of trouble. Of course, that is for the coaches to decide. What I've seen from this young man, Gittins, I like his approach. He's a very organized player, as a Stewart who knows these youngsters well, tells me that he's a Filipino as well. And like Sargent, who's from Bayfield. I know him well, actually, because he lives at my grandmother. Sean Sargent, yeah. So if logic is the science of reason, then he's related. Yes, of course. Interesting enough, Sean Sargent used to be Sean Mason before. And then his father, Henderson Sargent, who would have played for St. Catherine's, changed the
Now his name will be Mason Sargent.
no, he changed it. Much to the consternation of the Mason clan, to Sargent. Now that's going to be maybe the first boundary. Yes, a bad delivery and put away. He's waited for that and he's done it well. Through the wicket, that's gone for 4.
Yes, indeed, a good shot. Short delivery. Sat up, actually be hit. He did just that. And he continues to look well. A real technique that is uncomplicated. He's getting behind the ball well. He's driving it once his full length. He's running between the wickets as well. Has been good so far. And to me, this is a very, very good knock so far. And that one just sat up and he dismissed it. Hit that one beautifully down to square leg for 4. And this is telling me that he understands batting. Not only understands batting, he understands the situation of the match, the situation, the position that he finds himself in his team. And he's trying to dig them out of a hole with some good bowling, really, by Nichols, Bacon, Combermere. So far, well done to Gittins.
So 40 for 3. Gittins is on 27, Sargent is on 4. So the battle continues. Now that's the leg break. I wonder if he has a googly. He's got a very interesting feel. He's got a slip in the gully and a silly point. Sargent read the leg break quite well there. No, that's a firm drive up towards mid-off. Gets a run. He's quite prepared to take the fielders on. He's a very heavy guy, but quite prepared to take the fielders on. Yes, I know him well, Shawniko. In fact, his grandmother is my sister.
It's good, intelligent batting.
Yeah, I like this young man. Speaking to the chairman of selectors who's watching, Elvis Howard, I said to him that this guy can bat, and of course a general comment came, all of them can bat, but I've seen him before playing for the St. Catharines Juniors, and is a solid left-handed player. Sargent's strength is that he's got good balance, and having been deceived earlier, he's just trying to get right out to this leg spin. A good battle. So this is the second leg break in the over. He's allowed to go by. Now I wonder if Paris has got the googly. It'd be interesting if he has it. He hasn't bowled this as yet. He looks very impressive as a leg spinner. So good cat and mouse battle developing. Some leg spinners set you up with the googly by bowling wide and wide and wide, and then that one comes back. Let's see what happens here. Did he have the googly? No, that wasn't. That was a leg break that was pitched short on the leg stump. And speaking about Sean Sargent, as we look out to our left, he's here, obviously watching his son. So interesting in terms of the fathers being here. Liam Seeley's father, Anderson, is here. Would have done so very well for the Wildy side. Don't know if Justin Paris, if he's here. I suppose he's teaching. His Jason Paris, of course, his son Justin is very much here playing. And Sean Sargent watching his son Shawniko. Do you have got a son playing cricket at all?
Oh, not at this stage, not at this stage.
But you're the love man.
No, certainly not at this stage.
So the
answer is definitely
no. Okay.
No, Andrew, definitely no.
Okay.
But I'm very impressed with Justin. He started really well.
I know it would interest you. You cut the conversation.
Oh, I'm back to sweet cricket. Back to sweet cricket. So I'm very impressed with Justin. He's looked pretty good. Started pretty well. At cricket, just one ball wide outside the off stump. But he looks good. Sargent too looks confident, driving pretty well as well. And Gittins here, as he'd been started from the beginning, he looks pretty solid on 28.
He looks very solid.
Really impressive.
Very solid indeed.
Playing with a lot of common sense. Huh?
So it's Butcher Lewis who opened the bowling to come back into the attack. Switching ends. So he comes in, that's full, and stroked out towards the hexagon area. Just trying to get my bearings right here. He's operating from the southern end, but just have to absolutely make sure. So no sunshine today, very overcast. Lovely breezes coming across the ground. We are at the Rubis Sports Club. Cheekily, Mr. Payne says, I only know the ends when the sun is out. Lovely drive up towards mid-off for a single. They're getting that run up to mid-off. I suppose the basics of just walking in with the bowler. We haven't seen that as yet. course, these are youngsters, but you would think that as time goes on, they would recognize that, look, that mid-off fielder, it's got to be on his toes and
Yep.
stop that single.
But it's good awareness from the batters, realizing they're not moving.
Yep,
So
indeed.
take the opportunity to get that run. And so far, both of them running beautifully between the wickets. Not calling, just that chemistry is there where they can just look up and automatically they know the run is on.
So here's Butcher Lewis. Very well the off stump. You would have played against Sean Sargent?
Yeah, I think I played a couple games against him. He got runs against us as well at St. Catherine's.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, really. An attack that included Anderson Seeley,
Okay.
Winston Reed, Gregory Yalin, and he got some runs. Looked really well.
It's a good attack.
Yeah, very good attack. And I did my few little doublers as well. So it was a pretty decent attack, and he really, really batted well.
That's a lovely drive. Beautifully played. We'll get a second here. Yes, I've seen a lot of him. Plays for the St. Catherine's second division. So he's got people like Dale Mason and Derek Bishop, who's the captain of the side, to work with. Comes from Bayfield in St. Philip. And one would imagine will play for St. Catherine's, a club that has lost several players recently. Let's see if his father's influential enough to make him stay at Bayfield. Hits the ball pretty hard. He's a big man. Is it possible you could pick up his father and Anderson Seeley? Is that possible? You got two fathers. Is that possible?
One in white shirt,
One in white shirt and one is sitting.
one in gray shirt.
Is it possible? Or if it's not, so that's a lovely shot. Last bit of action. Plays square in the offside, down to backward point for second. But he looks very organized so far and prepared to even attack length deliveries. Gittins has been very solid on 29. And so far, for Lodge, these are the two best batsmen that we've seen. So Paris to continue. Another single, a bit short, and just worked away neatly in the onside for one.
I got CD. Yeah, it's Piggy.
Very good running indeed, because that ball was hit firmly out towards cover. The fielder made a good stop, but he was so positive they got the single.
Certainly good, aggressive running. That's very important. But you watch how he's driving the ball, but he's getting close to the ball, right over the ball to drag the ball. So that tells me that he knows what he's doing, and indeed he looks pretty confident. And he looks pretty good so far as these two really seem to be the perfect fall with each other.
Yeah, it would appear so. Here's Paris again. seeing that Ezra Stewart, who's actually watching, the noted journalist, was making the point to me earlier that young Gittins is a very solid player. And that's a poor delivery and put away. That happens with a leg spinner. He's been good in terms of control. That was a full toss. And that was played through squarely. That's gone for 4.
Easy delivery to score from really. 50 comes up. And Ali Giddens continues to look really good here so far for his 34.
Another single. The mid-off is a bit deep as well. So this represents a nice little recovery by the Milo Lodge side. And there's the picture. The fathers in white, Sean Sargent. And on his phone is Anderson Seeley, Sean Sargent. And he is the father of the man who's batting now. So good camera work there, Mr. Green. Take a bow. Over the top of cover. That's gone for 4. Beautifully played. Getting close enough to it. Hitting it over the top. That's gone for 4.
That's indeed a very good shot. The importance, when you hear coaches speaking about getting close to the delivery, especially on a pitch, and that might not be as true as you would like it to be. And it's important you got close enough to that. Really freed his arms and hit that one beautifully over cover and to move on to 14. And he's looked really well so far, Sergeant. And Giddens continue to battle on 35. So indeed, very impressive here by these two who are really looking the part and batting really well.
Well, of course, you know, you don't want to get too much into the coach's business, but I would think that someone like a Sargent in this, I mean, I'm speaking, I don't know the players that well, but I would think that if he's the best batsman in the side, I mean, Gittins looks a very solid player, that maybe going forward they may want to consider just having him up the order a bit. You know, you want to get your best players bat early. Lovely flowing shot again. We'll get a second. That could easily get close to the burn. It does. They get a second. And what has happened here too as well is that in addition to the positive approach from Sargent, we've also seen, as they say, rubbing off now on Gittins. He's playing 1 or 2 more shots as well.
Yes, certainly. Looking to be even more positive in his stroke play. He was positive in his defense. Now looking at the part in terms of looking to score and really look the part so far.
More runs. So to get 2, I would imagine, and they do. Full toss. Play the way through the wicket. So this has been a good period for the Milo Lodge side. Having lost Mason for 1, Rowe for 3, and Dubois for 1. But these two have done a good job. So Butcher Lewis is the medium pacer to continue. That's a solid defensive forward shot from Gittins, who has been at the crease from the very first ball. He's looked very solid indeed. Very selective, very calculated, very studious about his batting. And he's found a good partner in Sargent. And they've steadied the rocking ship. And Milo Lodge, 62 for 3. Oh, he's a long way out of his crease. No communication there whatsoever. And, well, had that been a good return, he would have been gone. Seems if there was no communication whatsoever. The ball was played up towards that extra cover area. He was halfway down the pitch.
Yes, certainly. And that ball really traveled quite quickly too. The fielder no chance of a run. But I guess in his momentum after playing that lovely drive brought him forward really. And lucky to still be there. Just need to have that communication going a little better between these two.
Wow. This is interesting. Ball coming right up, hitting the stumps. A delayed reaction, and in the end, Sargent calling Giddens through, and they got the run. With the bails off at the non-striker's end.
This is where the Nichols, Bacon, Combermere needs to settle themselves. A good partnership is building. Yes, we understand that, but you still have to remain as tight as possible in the field. Still create that little bit of pressure, looking to get one of these batters here out. You can tell by some body language that this partnership is really a worrying one for them so far. But they just need to settle, continue the good start in terms of bowling, looking to dismiss either Sargent or Giddens.
So here's Butcher Lewis to continue. Sargent seems to be always looking for that single. The over comes to an end. So, a recovery for Milo Lodge, 63 for 3. And also time for drinks.
Yes, certainly with the Nichols, Bacon, Combermere side started really well in terms of the bowling. Good areas, good lines. But they found Giddens in the way so far. One who's been very resolute, determined to get a good score here. And Sargent has joined him, and really this pair has been so far the two that have looked most comfortable, most positive so far in this Milo, large Milo side. So really, Giddens especially continues to look well and continues to impress.
All right, so a chance to recap what has happened as the young players refresh themselves. The Nichols, Bacon, Combermere side won the toss, chose to field, and Mason Malachi, he was caught by Hoodoff Lewis for 1. Levi Rowe caught Paris Bowl by Hood for 3. And Joshua DeBoer, he was bowled by Fort for 1. Shaunica Sargent is very much there, and he's looked pretty good. Hines, who opened the bowl with Butcher Lewis 4 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets, and has looked very good indeed. Butcher Lewis has been tight, 1 for 17. Fort, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. And Daniel Hood, just medium pace, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12. And this captain of the side, Justin Paris, history of us cost 16, but certainly don't be fooled by that. He's looked good as a leg spinner. So this has been a very decent partnership between the two, with Giddens very, very solid indeed. Sargent has been positive, and it's been a good recovery after Milo Lodge lost wickets cheaply, with Mason, Rowe and DeBoy going quickly. But Sargent is batted well. He's on 14 from 20 balls. Getting solid as a rock, is on 39 from 73. And 63 for 3, which represents a recovery. So as we head towards the break at lunch, which is at 10 minutes to off 2 o'clock. Pretty long session for these youngsters. The weather's held quite nicely. Some rain this morning in Barbados, but it's been generally overcast. But the reality is that we've not had any rain, so we're just about to resume the action. Also time for change of commentators as well. The very energetic Lyndon Yard comes a-calling, and he's going to be joined by his good friend from Maple, Andy Payne.
And thank you very much, Andrew. As you vacate the hot spot. 63 for 3 as play resumes, and this first delivery, the leg spinner spins one through the gap. there of Gittins, who will turn and come back for 2 not taken by the keeper. Fire brace and by signal by the umpire. So another 2 to that total.
Andrew.
And it is now up to 65 for 3. And here is a full toss. Drills to the fielder at the slip position. Sorry, fielder at the cover region.
Yep.
There's no run, so Paris. Bowling right arm leg spin. Justin Paris, the captain. Very much known for his batting. He's in. And this delivery is tossed up. And there is run number 43. Just trying to ascertain the score for
66. Oh, he's now 40. Gittins 40.
Gittins now 40.
40.
And Sergeant on 14.
Partnership 41.
Partnership were 41 for the 5th wicket. Very crucial partnership. As here is the leg spin outside of the off stump. And there is Shanico Sargent allowing it to go by to the keeper.
I just remember.
So momentarily we'll get some bowling figures for you at the end of the over. Just to keep our listeners and viewers up to date with what has transpired so far. I just want to slap out into the cover region for a single. Run number 60. 7 at the end of the over. You get it.
Right, okay. Got it.
So Andy Payne will give you those bowling figures momentarily.
Yep.
As
Yeah.
Gittins is forward and plays the ball back to Captain Justin Barnes. He feeds cleanly the end of the over, and it is Lodge invited to bat. Milo Lodge, 67 for 3. Andy,
Yes, Lyndon.
those
He's
bowling
back,
figures.
Okay, well, I can tell you that in the opening, the bowling, Jahidi Hines, he will bowl some 4 overs, 3 maidens. He's had no wickets, 2. None for 2 runs. Butcher Lewis, he's bowled some 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Khalid Ford, he's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. Omari Daniel Hood, he's bowled 4 overs, he's taken 1 for 12. And Captain Justin Parrish, he's just completed his 4th over. He's got none for 18, Lyndon.
Okay, so there you have it. And it's going to be Butcher Lewis to continue. And the medium pacer operating from the southern end is in it to be pitched up. And there's Sonico Sargent to drive it through the covers, fielded by the fielder at the mid-off position.
That's Deshaun Brown.
Deshaun Brown. And Deshaun is spelled D-I-S-H-O-N. Deshaun Brown. So many names spelled differently.
Oh, yes. But
So run number 68 on the board, and Sargent is now up to 16. And here is Butcher Lewis on the way into bowl to Gittins, and Gittins gets it outside of the awesome, drives it to the field at that cover position. He has it under control. There's no
Yes.
run.
So you've seen since Sargent got there, Gittins, he's become a bit more fluent. He's playing a few more shots. So you've seen Paris just bringing that extra cover, because he's been driving the ball truly and picking up a couple of runs. So he's just included another feeder in that cover area.
As Butcher Lewis is in past the umpire, both on the line of the center and leg stump, tucked away into the leg side. The fielder from short fine legs onto it, and they take 1. So another single to Gittins. He's up to 41, and it's now 69 for the loss of 3. And I think what has happened since young Sonico Sargent has come to the crease is that he's been able to express himself. Rotation of the strike has been key, which allows the pressure to be taken off of Gittins, because I get the impression with his other 3 batsmen that back in the pavilion that he felt he needed to bat. He needed to shepherd them more or less.
Yes.
But he seemed very relaxed in this partnership with Sonico Sargent, who
Scoring
has the
a
strike.
lot more freer, yes.
So he's on 16, and he waits on Butcher Lewis, who's into him. A delivery which is driving to the fielder, Deshaun Brown, who feeds cleanly. From the look of things, I suspect he will bat left-handed as he throws that naturally. And Sargent with that single is up to 17. And Lodge recovering from a position of 24 for 3. They are now 70 for the loss of 3 in the BCA under 15 finals being played here at the Rubis grounds. You will call this on the northern side of the country.
It's more central, but yes.
Central,
Yes.
just on the back, the outskirts of town.
Yes.
But it's a kind of a dead end basically. And this delivery is played with soft hands back to the bowler, who allows it to go by to the fielder, who has it coming off the mid-off position.
Marcus Stevenson Chapman, who haven't done a lot today. I think that's almost the first ball you've seen him really feel for the day, Lyndon.
So he's had a good day then. On the
Going on
circumstances.
notice.
He's only taking some heat.
Yes.
Butcher, 1 for 20, about to complete his 7th over, and he's in a divvy full toss, which is swung in the air, and the keeper leaves it for the fielder at slips, and the wicket goes of Gittins, and he'd be very, very disappointed with that delivery that he didn't put away, and he played not a particularly good delivery, easily probably the worst delivery that Butcher Lewis has bowled. Is got him a wicket, the key wicket of Gittins, and it is now 70 for the loss of 4, just when we thought that Lodge were recovering and doing well.
Unfortunate for the young man Gittins. He's played solidly up to this point, Linden Yard, and the full toss came along. He wasn't able to put away. He went in for a pull, but he got a bit of a top edge, and all he could have done is just hit it just over the stumps to the keeper, who left it alone. So it's looked like Paris to take the catch as well. So seeing that on the replay there, Linden Yard. I mean, questionable on the height, maybe, but he has to go. He's giving out. You can see the coach of the Combermere team, Corey Edwards, just having a word here now with his player, the keeper. He's probably telling the keeper that was your catch, you should have gone for that. But the new batsman in Linden Yard, it looks like this is the captain, and Liam Seeley.
Well, he comes to the crease, the captain, and with his side somewhat still needing a repair job. Not quite out of the woods as yet. 70 for the loss of 4. And it'll be interesting to see the replay of that delivery. See some concerned spectators thinking that the height was very much. You see the replay comes up there, and the catch is taken. A little difficult. Need to see it again, Andy. I think that. And here is a full toss, which is bang out to the cover region for 1.
Yes, that wicket would have come on the last ball of the over. So it's Paris who's continuing from that, the northern end. Just bowl that one to Sargent. Sargent, he's moved up to 18, Linden. But if I just give you the statistics there from Jacoby Gittins, he would have batted some 81 deliveries in Linden Yard. He spent 117 minutes at the crease. He's struck 2 fours. So a good knock by the young man, just as we thought he was looking set to carry on. He lost his wicket at a very integral time.
Thank you very much, Andy. So run number 71 for 4. And the run rate at 2.82. And another 39.5 overs remaining in the day. Remember, we'll go for 65 overs per day. Paris 4.1 overs, no maidens, none for 18. The right arm leg spinner is into bowl to Seeley, as Seeley is playing a full toss through the fielder at cover, but he recovers. He said he didn't have anything to do today.
Yep, he's just bowling to his opposite number here.
And in the end, Stevenson fielded that delivery. Stevenson Chapman, as Paris is in captain to captain outside of the off stump, and not taken by Firebrace behind the stump. No damage done. 71 for 4. Coming up to lunch.
Yep.
Which is scheduled for around 1:50. So they're just hovering around 20 minutes or so. As here is Seeley lunging forward to the leg break that was tossed up. And might have just extended the left arm through that, Andy.
Yeah, well, he's new to the crease, so I think he just want to have a feel of it. He don't want to go too extravagant as yet.
But they aren't
But
easing
that
upon
was
him
correct.
because you have two slips in position, forward short leg as well.
Yeah.
Backward point cover mid off as the leg spinner ball is a short ball which is hit in the air. And luckily, he finds the gap. Really a short ball that he should have done better. He rehearses a more aggressive shot with a little bit of a flick of the wrist. And he gets off the mark and carries Milo Lodge to 72 for 4, having been invited to bat in this, the BCA Under 15 final being played at the Rubis ground. Here just adjacent to the mighty Grynner Highway. And here is young Prescott. Sorry, Paris. And this one is stroked back to the young man. Hopefully he's cleanly. Another over is done and dusted, and that's his 5th over completed. And he's now sent on 5 overs. The minutes none for 20. It's 72 for 4.
Well ball there. Paris just conceded some two runs in that over, I would say. But as you have it in the middle now, Linden Yard, a combination of what everyone's been pretty much looking for the matchup. So you've got Justin Paris, son of Jason Paris, bowling to
Liam Seeley
and Shanico Sargent. Their parents have all played a lot together. I know I played quite a bit against them all at the Division 1 level. So it's good to see their siblings here, you know, and their the children in this setup where we all would have played some cricket in our junior level. So kudos to the BCA again for continuing to have this competition going after so many years, Linden Yard.
So we call it change of the dawn of another era, or double era, I should say.
Era.
Because you would have spent at least 20 years within nursery and tertiary education. And then, of course, you explored unexploited whatever there was to be exploited in the world.
Into the real world.
So, it's going to be Butcher Lewis to continue.
For short in height, bowling some very good deliveries, a bustling run up Linden, and he's really getting there. And he's bowled pretty solid so far, some consistent lines and lengths. He picked up that first wicket, and he looked like one that the captains had to do a lot of work in this team.
7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. He will start from the southern end, and he goes past the umpire and bowls to be slanted into the leg stump. And there's Seeley, diminutive in height, has his father's structure in terms of his slimness. It doesn't have his father's height because his father is a little, I would say, maybe hovering 5'11" or thereabouts. And you can see him just gesticulating to the young man from his position on the mound at the cover region. And
shout out to his uncle as well, David Seeley, who we've played a lot of cricket with as well.
oh
David,
yes,
who played at the
Part
under
of a-
15, under 19 levels as well.
former part of the Banks Sports Club. And here's a full toss, which is hit through the cover region. It will go pretty close to the boundary. The run 1, the return to come back for 2. The ball will put up on the thickish outfield. And young Seeley is back for his 3rd run. And with that, it is now 74 for the loss of 4. 74 for 4. I'm always one to wonder, Andy. I think that as parents, sometimes, and I've watched it numerous occasions, if you want a good example of it, attend the Herman Griffith primary school cricket.
Yes.
And you see it, and to me it's a massive confusion, simply because the parents want to tell the children what to do, and at times for me it more confuses the children than anything else. Here's the WH, the batsman Seeley forces out to the point region, will pick up his 4th run, and that takes total 75 for the loss of 4. And again, the point I was making, Penny, is that when they do that, I tend to find that the children, especially because they're so young, they're so obedient. But I think that in all fairness to the teacher or the coach, whoever's in charge, the coaches are in charge. They basically are on school time, and it is their
Job, so to speak.
job, so to speak, to listen to your coach. Not saying that you won't listen to your parents, but I find it's a lot easier if the parents just watch the cricket. You support your kids by coming. You give them whatever advice you have to give them before and after. So there are breaks. Here's the delivery, which is forced down to the mid-off region, fielded by Brown, and Sargent with that single is up to 19. Yes, and it's now 76. So I was saying, that I think that it works a lot easier for the kid, because what you do, you confuse the kid, and not wanting to be disobedient to the teacher or the coach, but yet you also don't want to be disobedient to your mom or dad, and their advice is all well meant, but to me it puts some pressure on the young players.
Yeah, so it's when you hand them over to the coach that
Just
the
let
coach
exactly.
take charge. Good point, Lyndon.
As this delivery is driven eerily down to the field at point, can't score. And it doesn't mean to be disrespectful or anything, because they say you can have a plan, you can have a conversation with your kids, but I think that is really confusing for them, because it's hard enough, Andy Payne, as we know as cricketers, to concentrate ball by ball, trying to outdo the batsman, the ball as a batsman,
yes,
or vice versa, and then to be listening to your mom or your dad, do this, move that, move there, go around here, and then by that delivery, which is the full toss, which is whipped over mid-wicket and will go all the way up to the fence and into the fence for 4. So 4 runs and the full toss put away. And I think, Andy, at this stage that maybe Butcher Lewis is probably getting a little tired, because it's almost unheard of and unseen to see a fast bowler coming back for 2 spells before lunch. It definitely doesn't happen in our elite cricket. Very, very seldom does a fast bowler bowl 2 spells before lunch. And at this young stage, the young man, I think, must be a little bit winded. So at the end of that over, it is 80 for the loss of 4. And that's Milo Lodge invited back by Nichols, Baker, and Combermere in the BCA Under-15 finals played here at Rubis.
Good shot there by Liam Seeley. Full toss on offer, and he was good enough to put away the bad ball. And that's all we ask as the batters, just make sure that you can cash in when those bad deliveries come along. And especially on the outfield, as thick as this one, and then boundaries hard to come by. I think those will be the balls that you need to get those boundaries on, the full pitch ball or the real rank long hop, as was dished up earlier by Paris, and it was given the punishment as well. But like you said, I think it seems like they might be void of a spinner, the Combermere team, because as we're seeing another bowling change here now from the northern end, and that will be Jahidi Hines, who would have opened the bowling from this to southern end. He's coming in for a second spell as well, so maybe there might be a spinner short in Linden Yard, and they're used predominantly their seamers and the medium pace bowlers.
Well, fair enough, a good assessment. I suspect then that more than likely then we will probably see a double change, because definitely Butcher Lewis needs to be released from this end. So maybe Captain Paris will probably switch himself and come from this end as well. And this will be a last bite of the cherry before lunch for Jahidi Hines. 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 2. 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 2. Butcher Lewis, he sent now 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 28, 8-1, 28, 2. Khalid Fort, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16, 6-1, 16-1. Omari Daniel Hood, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12, 4-0, 12-1. And we have Justin Paris, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20. That has been the bowling figures brought up to date. And as we head down to the luncheon interval, I can tell you, Shakobi Gittins was caught by Paris off the bowling of Lewis for 41-74 when he went. Long before him, the first man to go was Malik Mason, who was caught by Hood off the bowling of Lewis for 2 for 1. And here's the first delivery, which is driven by Shanico Sargent up to the fielder at the short cover for his position. There is no score. Levi Rowe, he was caught by Paris off the bowling of Hood for 3-24-2. It subsequently became 24 for 3 when Josiah Dubois was bowled by Ford for 1. Leaving Shanico Sargent not out on 19. With him is Liam Seeley, the captain, is not on 8. And it is Sargent who has a strike, and he waits on Hines and has an almighty swing at it and gets him on the edge, well stopped there by the first slip fielder. And that looks to be Butcher Lewis. So showing his versatility, Andy Payne, because I don't remember ever bowling and going to slip. I think for me the ball used to hit you too hard and slip.
And if you speak about versatility, Linden Yard, you also see the ploy by the Nichols Bacon Combermere team, where Gavin Firebrace, he's now back behind the stumps, as Jahidi Hines, who took over when the leg spin of Justin Paris came on. So you see a lot of versatility there. So it's now Firebrace behind the stumps again.
Well, they've split up the field, so now operating from a 7-2 to 6-3 field. So slip gully, backward point, sweep on the cover boundary. That's a little strange position. As Hines is in, and here's a drive. And the pierces the offside, picked up by the fielder coming across from the mid-off position. And Sargent with that is up to 20.
Yep, Brown up there doing chase.
Nope.
He's had quite a bit of work.
Oh yes, I think he's done the most work. He hasn't
well.
bowled, but he's definitely been in the action almost every over. So 81 for the loss of 4. And These two will want to at least see it through until lunch, as we see a dark cloud at the pane hovering around the Warrens area. So it's slightly to our right. No threat to us at the moment, but it's gotten a lot darker in terms of the white clouds, that be white puffy clouds we've been having a stretch here over the sea and over the industries, basically here where we are. And no threat of rain. The sun is very much out to our left, and the heat is very much with us. And this grand final, Lodge invited back first, 81 for 4, having recovered from 24 for 3. And here's Jahidi Hines, goes into both to Liam Seeley, brilliantly played, leg lance down to fine leg, which is vacant to take 1. They're going to turn and come back for 2. The return is on its way, and 2 runs attained by Seeley. So he's into double figures.
Lovely shot that by Seeley. You've seen Hines just putting some effort into that one, trying to get a bit short, buying it in a bit. And you saw Liam Seeley just riding that one, Lyndon, down to the fine leg area. Just staying on top of the bunks, really, and just working it all the way down to fine leg for 2.
Well, he settles into his stance. He has 10 against his name. And here's Hines from the northern end, goes into bowls to Seeley, and Seeley is across his stumps and works his way into the mid-wicket region. Can't score. He played it with soft hands. Picked up by Khalid Ford, and at the end of that over, the Lodge School 83 for 4.
Yep, Hines coming back for his second spell, first over from that, the northern end. You've seen him trying to work up a little bit of pace. You've also seen Sargent just trying to essay some big drives once it's a bit full. He's gone out into the drive quite a bit. And when he also pulled that one down a bit on the shorter side, you saw young Liam Seeley just riding it, staying on top of the bounce and working it down to fine leg to pick up 2. So you're seeing good skills here on show by the young men. Hines just trying to work up some pace, like I said, but the batsman even to the task and equipped well enough to handle what he brought up in that his first over in his second spell.
Well, predictably, Andy Payne, Butcher Lewis has been removed from the attack, having sent down 8 overs, 1 made it 2 for 28. Good spells to him, good 2 spells. And we're going to have a
Paris.
change. Paris, as I sort of predicted, because once they're going back to Hines, it means you're short of a spinner. You're predominantly relying on pace, and I suspect that the leg spinner will be switched around to this end.
Yes.
So,
just showing your captaincy porous, Lyndon.
I wouldn't go that far. Might be more better understanding of the game, or understanding what I think should happen.
Oh, you think Andrew Mason would have made that call?
Oh no, oh no, oh no. If he made that call, you'd ask you for 4 short leg and silly mid off.
There you go. So it's the leg spinner in Justin Paris to be bowling to Shanico Sargent.
And he's into Sargent. Sargent is playing a lazy shot off the thick outside edge down to third man. Seems to have hurt himself. He has his left hand high up his back. Beg your pardon. Yes, he's going down on his knees. So might have pulled something there. It was a very lazy attempt to drive the delivery, and it pierced between the slip and the keeper. He ambled the single. He's down and grimacing in pain. And at the moment, I would say it's gone to 84. Umpire Ernie Fields seems very concerned. Umpire Sargent is just having a look at him, just trying to make sure he's okay. He's up on his feet. That's a good sign. However, and he's a very heavy-set man at the pain, young man, and seems to be grimacing in tremendous pain. So might have just pulled something there.
He's still down on his knees.
Yeah. I think he's also winded. He's very uncomfortable. That much I could work out. But he will continue as Seeley stretches forward, plays the ball on the offside, wants a single, and there's no way that Sonico Sargent was going to get down there because he's grimacing in pain, and he wasn't even walking in with the bowler. And it's 84 for 4, so Seeley has to be a little more alert. Realize that this young man is not as small as him, not as fit as him, and definitely not as mobile as him at the moment.
Yep. Just a little inexperience at the junior level, but
Paris to Seeley. The leg breaks hits the inside part of the back and ricochets out to the fielder off the backwards square position. Can't score. It remains 84 for the loss of 4 as we approach lunch, just about 3 minutes away at 10 to the hour. And the Paris will want to get another wicket. Comes into bowl to Seeley. Did be tossed up. Seeley's driving and put down. Unbelievable. And Paris cannot believe it. It was a full toss and it was hit straight to the fielder at the mid-wicket position.
Akeem Hartley.
Akeem Hartley, he's done almost nothing for the day, and that's a regulation catch. Should have been taken, and Paris very, very disappointed. So we've seen at least 2 catches spilled for the day. Both should have been taken, with Hartley, the culprit there, feeling at the cover position, and it was chest height. He had ample time to catch it. He put it down, and Seeley lives to fight on, and a little too casual at this stage as well, Seeley.
Yeah, it was I mean, he needs to read it a bit more to recognize that obviously he's heading into the luncheon interval, and he's got Sargent who's a bit on an injury list, so he just needs to be a bit more careful to see his team through to the luncheon period, Lyndon.
Well, they've made a fielding switch, and they're trying to put Hartley out at the point region now, and the number 22,
that is Daniel Hood.
Omari Hood, has come into the cover region. So Paris will be very disappointed. 5.5 overs, no meters, none for 21. Should have had his man. And Seeley will want to see it to lunch. And he goes on to the back foot, struck on the pads of people leg before. And given. Going on to the back foot. Might have been the googly. Didn't read it at all. He stands there disappointed. But he will make his way off. And I suspect that will be the break. And from a good position of 84 for 4, the Lord's School suddenly, on the stroke of lunch, Captain Liam Seeley given out, leg before wicket, as young Shanico Sargent is also on the ground, and he's getting some attention from the physio, who's having a look at it. We see the replay. Is it the googly?
Yes.
Yes, it is. The googly definitely didn't pick it, and giving out leg before wicket. So Seeley disappointed with the decision, but he has to go, and he goes back leg before wicket to Parrish for 10. And at lunch, Lodge are 84 for the loss of 5, more for Andy Payne. Then I'll run through the scorecard for you.
Yes, we saw, as you said, a bit casual there by Liam Seeley, the captain. They know he was playing into lunch. Remember his partner had the non-striker, Sargent. He was a bit on the injury list, so all we needed to do was for him to see that over out, but he went back on the back foot that time, and I don't think he really did pick the googly. It's questionable about the decision in the yard when we saw it on the replay, but you must also give credit to young Justin Paris, who was good enough to understand, look, this man is a bit late to me, and he pitched the googly, got his man on the back foot, and there you go, you saw Empire Fields just giving him the dreaded finger to put his team in a good position at the luncheon interval.
Well, I can tell you the toss today went the way of Nichols, Bacon, Combermere, and this had no hesitation in sending in Milo Law School to have first knock in the BCA under 15 final for 2024. The scorecard, Gittins was caught by Paris off the bone of Butcher Lewis for 41, 81 deliveries he faced. He struck some 2-4s. Mason, this is Malachi Mason, he was caught by Daniel Hood off the bone of Butcher Lewis for 1. Levi Rowe caught Paris off the bone of Daniel Hood for 3. Joshua Dubois was bowled by Fort for 1. Shanico Sargent not out on 21, is carrying somewhat of an injury, having faced some 31 deliveries. And on the stroke of lunch, Liam Seeley, the Lodge captain, was adjudged leg before wicket to Paris for 10, having faced some 17 deliveries. 84 for the loss of some 5 wickets off 29 overs. The extras have been 7, 2 byes and 5 wides, sorry. Let me give you the bowling figures. Jahidi Hines, 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 5, 5-3, 5-0. Butcher Lewis, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 28, 8-1, 28-2, had 2 spells. Fort, he set down 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16, 6-1, 16-1, the medium pacer. Daniel Hood, another medium pacer, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12, 4-0, 12-1. And Justin Paris, this is the captain of the Combermere side, 6 overs, no maiden, 1 for 21, 6 overs, no maiden, 1 for 21. And that crucial wicket of Captain Liam Seeley on the stroke of lunch for 10. And I would say at this stage, I would tend to lean to say maybe it's even Stevens, but Andrew Mason, I'll have to say, advantage to Combermere as they've crawled themselves back into this game from a position of 24 for 3. They definitely held the advantage But those two crucial wickets in the space of 14 runs. First, Shakibi Gittins, a top scorer 41, batted exceptionally well before he was given up, caught by Paris. At full toss, he attempted to swing it into the leg side. That was a crucial wicket. And then, having been dropped 2 balls before lunch, Liam Seedy committed the cardinal sin. He didn't pick the googly and was given out leg before wicket. So, even Stevens, Andrew Mason are advantage to the boys from
Waterford.
Waterford.
I think advantage to them. I think at 84 for 5, in particular with Sean Lucas Sargent apparently injured, you would have to say that having won the toss in these conditions, to have picked up 5 wickets, they are in front. There's no question about that. The last 2 wickets, a bit unfortunate. I thought it was a bit high in terms of that delivery. And then the first googly, I think he bowled actually on the back foot, and might have just been slightly along the leg side, but of course the umpire saw it differently. 84 for 5 represents, in my view, a position for the Nichols-Bacon Combermere side that, gives them an advantage. There's no doubt about that. But we're going to take a break, of course, in terms of the luncheon interval, which is going to be about 40 minutes. But we're not going to be leaving you, because on the stream we're going to go back to some wonderful moments, the highlights. When the under-19 was played, I had a chance to do that game. And it was a situation where Foundation played against Queen's College. Let's go and check out. Well, the weather is brilliant, and we're here for the finals of the under-19 competition. It's Queen's College up against Foundation. And already we are getting ready for the action. We've got the captain of the Queen's College side, Preston Clark, and of course we've also got the captain of the Foundation side, one who is very well known, Joshua Dawn, and the reserve umpire, Basil Clark. Time for the toss. Preston? Here we go. Let's have a look to see exactly who won that toss. The reserve umpire confirming that the toss won by. So Foundation, you've won the toss. Oh, okay, fine. So that's information that has been given a little earlier. You won the toss. What is your decision?
We're going to have a bat first. Pitch looks pretty good one. Looks pretty hard. Doesn't look like any moisture in it. Just want to go here, put good tools on the board, and then our boarders can back it up.
And you've had a pretty good time in the competition so far. What do you have to do today to beat Queen's College?
Nothing different. It's just another cricket game to me and to the fellas. We just got to come out and do what we've been doing whole tournament. We should come out on top.
And of course you're looking forward to the support of Foundation.
Yeah, of course. The support is always good. Even in the final, it's even better.
Tell us about some of the top players in your side.
We have Kevin Newton, Akeem McCulling, Daniel Doken, Kobe Critchlow Boyer, Ronaldo Bourne, Miro Stoke, and just the whole team as a whole. We're all playing 11 today. Well, I wish you all the best. Of course, you've got tough opponents. Preston Clark, come forward, my friend. He is the captain of the Foundation, the captain of the Queen's College side. Talk to me in relation to the decision. Had you won the toss, what would you have done?
I probably would have done the same thing as Joshua today. Pitch looks to be pretty flat, looks to be a brilliant day for cricket. But I back the boys, I back the abilities to be able to bowl them out and chase down any tool that they put on the board.
Tell us about some of your players.
Before I start, I like to say everybody in this team has a role. But in terms of some of the standout players, we have Damani Roach, captain of Barbados Youth B. We also have Zandre Baptiste, who was another spinner on that Barbados under-17 team that were double champions. We have Jordan Graham, who's another member of that Barbados under-15 team. Seth Smith, but he's not in the site today actually. And then we have Raphael Lovell, captain of the Barbados under-15s. So.
Yeah, and this pitch looks good if we have a look at that. Very good pitch for batting, and I suppose for bowling, so it should help both the batsmen and the bowlers.
Yeah, we'll just make the best of conditions. Today we'll bowl to our plans, and we will look to execute.
Okay, well, best of luck.
All right, thank you.
So the news from the middle. Foundation, they've won the toss, and they'll bat first.
Over number 3.
Yeah, certainly. That nagging line outside the off stump that Thorne keeps bowling, really creating pressure in terms of run scoring, and that one just a little fuller, a little wider, and the batsman just looking to score because he's been given nothing so far, and he just caught the edge and into the keeper's gloves.
Well, they say pressure bursts pipes, is it not there?
It's certainly true. But so far, this is a good start by young Thorne.
Or that looks as though that would have been a chance there to the slip fielder Baptiste. Of course, Queen's College can also claim, Queen's College can claim, I should say, Shea Hope, the current West Indies one-day international captain. And he'll be very proud of that shot there from Duncan, who goes over the top and gets a boundary and immediately goes down onto his hunches.
Chance for catch taken. Loose shot by Duncan. And Bellamy strikes. Foundation win the toss and batting. They're in a spot of bother. Starts with a poor delivery, and it's been dealt with in the appropriate manner. That's gone down to backward square. That's gone for 4. Bad delivery and put away. Well, that delivery on a bad line, bad length, and put away again. Well, survives that. A dangerous shot to one that was very close to the off stump. Very naughty. So the last ball of this over. And there we go. There we go. Badly lined and put away by Thorne. Gets a boundary. Gets his first. Well, he gets 4. It was a short, wide ball and put away.
Yeah,
Good shot there by Thorne. Gets another boundary. That is his second in the innings, and that will take him now into double figures. It will do him a world of confidence. A nice touch shot, and you'll be proud of that. And swung away onto the roof of the that maybe a chicken pen over that mid wicket fence. And that's 6. A lovely shot there from Joshua Dorn. Baptiste to continue. And a good shot there by Shea Thorne. Well, he might be maybe the youngest player on the team, but he's certainly shown himself to be quite a player of some ability. And that's a lovely shot. That's a good shot. Well struck there by Joshua Dorn. Just a bit of a loose delivery from Clark.
Young Thorpe really looking really well, Shea Thorpe.
So there's the appeal and given. So finally success for Queen's College. The men in red, and Thorne has to depart.
And that is going to be a maximum. Well, we thought he'd settle down, but maybe it's me. Because with the first over, he was dispatched for 2 sixes. Now another bad ball from Baptiste, and it is dispatched over the mid-wicket fence. Been trying to iron out in recent times. Oh, that's a good shot. And that gets him a maximum. That gets him 4 runs, I should say. Good shot there by Joshua Dorn.
And for me, that's important. The bat can come from wherever. A beautiful shot again.
Oh, that's a nice looking shot. Another boundary.
Beautiful.
For Dorn. He was up here having to check out the scorers. Dorn, nice stroke. And we'll get another boundary to bring up his 50. And an excellent way of lovely footwork. And stroke that one through the offside. A bit of a bad bit of feeling there on the boundary. But he got the boundary to go up to his 50. He's now 53. Yes, the umpire suggested it was a dead ball. Well, this time he plays a more genuine stroke, guided it towards third man, and he will get the boundary.
On the Yorkshire ground.
Oh, that's a good shot. Swung away behind square. The line was not the right one. And that's a fine shot from Dorn. Lovely square drive. Couldn't have played it any better.
139 for 3.
Oh, that's an easy shot. That is class. That is class.
Joshua Dorn, born September the 27th, 2006. And here's a lovely shot. Very well played indeed. That's a big man shot, as they say.
Anyone who's out there, this is where you should be at the Yorkshire ground to see this final.
Chance for catch taken. And the big fish has been captured. It was a wide ball. Thorne went after it. The keeper took the catch, and there was a huge sigh of relief. Oh, that's very well played. That's going to go to the boundary. Square the offside, full. And the field at backward point couldn't stop it. That's gone for 4. Welcome boundary for Foundation.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Beautiful shot. Well worth the price of entrance if there is one.
Chance for a catch. Catch taken. Good catch taken by the fielder out at long. Off. It was hit powerfully. That's an important wicket to get as well. Now where's that gone? That's an important boundary. Struck by the big left-hander. We'll get one. Will he look for the second? He should, and we'll get more than that. Naughty. Well, it's peeled off the edge. There's no third man. That'll scud away for 4. Now, at this stage, I'm not sure. Oh! Slow ball gets the wicket. Perhaps he's been watching another T20. That was very slow indeed. In the air, chance for a catch. Will it be taken? It is. They've been able to come back quite strongly, Queen's College, but of course they've got to get runs out already on the board.
A lot will be expected of his bowled him! And so an excellent start for the Foundation team. They've made the early breakthrough. Critchlow Brian strikes with the last ball of his first over, and Queen's College suffer an early setback. They're 1 for 1. Well, strained down the leg side and gifted some runs, given away. That'll be 5 runs, 5 wides too. And that's a lovely shot there from Graham, finding the gap between the cover and the backward point and getting his first boundary, and that will do his confidence a world of good. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Linked into that one and caressed it through cover for 4.
Correct thing to do, playing on its merit, but I think one of the things they need to do is transfer the pressure. Now they've transferred
Wait on the bad ball.
Wait on the bad ball shortly if he comes around, and it's pulled it into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. The off spinner, he goes onto the back foot, and that has gone right through him. So there goes the cardinal sin, as we were talking earlier, Woody and myself, about today's batsman. And my problem with today's batsman is every batsman wants to play off the back foot. Dean Singh is in, and there is a sweep shot pulled out by Preston Clark. Will go close to the boundary. Field at mid-wicket has no chance, and that is into the boundary for 4. I'll give you that momentarily. Here's a bit in the air up to the fielder at long up mid-on, and the catch is taken as Critchlow is in, and he goes for a big drive. Beautiful shot through extra cover. Oh, beautiful shot. And he's into bowl to Clark, and he pulls out the sweep. Square leg is interested, comes across and makes a meal of it. 87 for 3, and now he's forward and drive is going to bowl. Looking to be too aggressive. He had already come to the 4 through the extra cover region. Swept the next delivery to square leg for 4, and again the delivery pushed through, flighted, and he's driving loosely and brilliantly taken by Aquan Critchlow.
So Foundation now trying to go for the jugular as a Critchlow bar comes back. And a boundary to start off here. Make things happen. Oh, that's a good shot from Holder. That's a good shot. Lifted it over the top of mid-off for a boundary on this surface. He has certainly played well. Top edge, and he gets it away from the fielder at the backward square, and he'll get a boundary there.
Now, where's that going? Down to backward square. That's an important boundary for Queen's College. Goes away to the boundary. That's gone. For Dorn to continue. And that's hit away! 6 runs over the wicket. That's a good hit by Cody Holder. Responding to the challenge here. Cell number. These big boys don't ever give me their cell numbers. But the situation is that he really is battled well. Another 6. Another 6 indeed.
Holder, he's been very watchful, and I think that's smart batting by him. He just had a look at a few.
That's a good shot, and it goes past the fielder at the wicket, and it goes to the boundary.
That one was a little straighter.
He's on 46 now, and he swings it. Where's that gone? That's gone almost to the highway. And what a way to bring up the 50 in Bear style. Cody Holder, the brother of Jason Holder, has excited the taste buds with some scintillating cricket. Brilliant, excellent, superb. Of course, you've got to keep that Holder name going. And he's bowled him. Well, you know, cricket is a funny game. Funny game. The 2 balls before beat him for pace. That was pitched up at the stumps. Played across it. And Cody Holder departs. This young man has bowled well. Looking for his 2nd wicket. Here we go. And he's bowled him off stump. Backed out of the ground in spectacular fashion. And he's running across Yorkshire as if he just won the gold at the Olympics.
An appeal for stumping, and it would appear that he's gone.
The umpire has nodded his head.
Well bowled by Joshua Jones. Well, where will it come from? And he bowled him! Another important wicket for the foundation team in their defence of their total of 233 for 9.
Quick slip by an inter-bolter level and fading like the ball peels off the edge in the air. It will fall safely. Magnificent catch! Oh my golly, that is a stupendous catch! Is about to come to a wild conclusion. He's down the wicket and smashes the full time into the hands of the fielder. Game, start, and foundation of the 2023 Barbados Cricket Association, Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union under 19 champions by some 45 runs.
The player of the match for today's final, I think it was fairly straightforward. He comes from the Christchurch Foundation School. He scored 86 runs, took 3 wickets for 27 runs. Joshua Dorn. And now, as champions for the 8th time, 2023, BPWCCUL BCA Schools Under 19 Cricket Champions, the Christchurch Foundation.
And welcome back to the Rubis Sports Club. We continue the action after lunch in the finals of the under-15 competition with the help of our friends at the Student Revolving Loan Fund. Thanks to them for the injection of sponsorship. It's Milo Lodge, the team batting, having been inserted up against the defending champions, the Nichols-Bacon Combermere. So we resume 84 for 5 with Shonika Sargent and 21. So here we go, first ball after the break. Well, he picked up an injury. Seems to be the bat that is given some challenges here. And he's the key batsman in the side. In fact, I was talking to one or two of the people involved at Lodge, and they said he normally bats at number 4. He batted at 5 today, and he's going to be very important for them. Here's Hines. Well, he's clearly in pain here.
Yeah, certainly. A little before the break, he went down on his knees and really grimacing a bit. So after the break, now he seems to be in a bit of trouble still. But the Law School losing the important wicket of Gittins, who really looked well while he was there. And then a little before the break, the captain, Seeley.
Okay, he looks a different player now with the injury. Well, pitched up, he missed it.
He's holding his back. He seems to be in a lot of pain, really, at the break. Would have gotten some attention from the physio, but no, it does not seem to have helped him, but he's just holding his back in pain.
That's why the off stump. And he goes after it. Well, if he continues like that, he could be in some trouble here, because that's a very loose shot. This time he leaves it. That's wise. So just on the stroke of lunch, captain departed like before. First googly bowled by Paris. And he got his man.
And the important wicket of Gittins,
Yep.
who really look pretty good for his knock. 2 important blows before the break.
Made 41 get-ins. Well, there doesn't seem to be any communication there between Sargent and Reese. The ball was played up towards cover, and Reese took a long time to get a move on, and had there been a good return, he would have been in some trouble. And now Sargent is remonstrating because I think he recognized that, look, Reese really should have been moving on. Anyhow, the over comes to an end, 85 for 5.
Yeah, certainly no communication whatsoever there. When Gittins was in with Sargent, you can see the chemistry coming to the fore quite easily. They just touched the ball and they ran automatically. But here you can see with the recent Sargent, no communication whatsoever. And as you said, rightfully said, if that was a good throwback and he would have been found wanted, he would have been a fair distance out of his crease. But he lives to fight another day. And what's really reality is that Sargent seems to be in lots of pain, and I would imagine he would be the one that they want to stay there to take them anywhere in the region of 140 or 150 here in this first innings. It looks like the captain is going to continue, Justin Paris. And easily played in the onside. Still grimacing a bit. Sargent really seems to be in a lot of pain. His movements would suggest that, as they would say, he's barely moving in Bajan parlance, really. So he seems to be in a lot of pain as the adjustment is made to the field, and he waits on Paris.
That's gone away. Bad delivery and put away for 4. Short, leg break, said thank you very much indeed, and got it through that mid-wicket area. The fielder on the mid-wicket boundary came across, couldn't stop it. And that's a boundary, loose ball put away.
Yeah, certainly has to be hit, and he did just that. Short and heading down the leg side. All Sargent had to do was get some bat on it, and it really sped away for 4.
That's a good delivery. That looked like the googly. Like he actually bowled one before the break and got Seeley dismissed for 10 just before lunch.
So we were wondering if he had a googly.
He has it.
But no, we see, indeed.
It took a long time to get it out.
Yeah, but it's out.
It is, and that's
pretty-
important.
Pretty effective.
You got to have that in your armory. Wow. What a way to go. On the back foot, playing the ball straight back to the bowler. And Sargent departs, the wounded warrior, a long hop, and plays straight back to the bowler. Have a look at that. On the back foot, the bowler just dropping and taking the catch. So that's a big, big wicket to get. And Sargent departs. Trouble for Milo Lodge. And he is a wounded warrior, holding his back there. So Nichols Combermere, in terms of being in control, they're baking well. So 89 for 6 and power strikes.
Yeah, certainly. We saw after the break when he came out, Sargent, he was limited in terms of movement because of the pain he was getting from his back. And as he got behind that delivery, he hardly moved, really. Normally, he would have been on the back foot years ago and hit it through mid-wicket. But because he was in so much pain and his movements were limited, he really just tried to manufacture some kind of shot. And in the end, just got a leading edge back to Paris, who gleefully accepted. He said, it's a gift, thank you, it's not my birthday, but I'm still grateful. And Sargent has gone after really looking pretty well here.
So Joshua Barrows, the new batsman, who's come out to the crease. So good bowling from Paris, getting his second wicket. The big wicket of Sargent. And he's now got 2 for 25, 89 for 6.
And most importantly for the Combermere side, 2 new batters at the crease are really having to negate the leg spin bowling of Justin Paris, who is really found his rhythm here, and he is bang on target each delivery, looking to make further inroads into the Milo Lodge side and really looking to press the advantage home the Nichols Bacon Combermere side. So both Reese and Barrow not yet off the mark. As you would imagine, the attacking field comes again with the extra slip. That's a goodish delivery outside the off stump. Reese lets it go through to be taken by the keeper. And no doubt Hines looking to continue in the same vein as the skipper, Justin Paris, looking to turn 89 for 6, probably to 90 all out.
Yeah, it's a different game now with the departure of Gittins and now Sargent. They looked so very much in command. Gittins got a high full toss and couldn't control it. And just before the break, Sargent with an injury, and it's clearly affected his batting, and he departed in a very soft dismissal. Here's Hines. Every run for Milo Lodge is important. That was a full toss. Turned down to back was square for a single. But having seen the batting of Milo Lodge, you can write off a couple of names so far. Gittins and Sargent.
Gittins certainly looked the part. He was solid in defense. He was positive in his attack, and really a wonderful knock. Really unfortunate that he didn't get to half century. And Sargent, who drove beautifully, again was confident in his stroke play and also solid in defense. And that was a perfect foil for the Milo Lodge side. But as soon as both of those guys departed, you can see it's a whole different ball game here now.
Bowled him. Fantastic delivery. Bang on target. More trouble for Milo Lodge.
Yes, as you rightfully said, a different ball game, Andrew. Once those two batters were out, Gittins and Sargent, you can see Hines coming back, and the field quickly changed to the attacking field, where he employed another slip to put out two slips, and then as we see here, the replay.
Yeah, lovely action as well. The length, right on the off stump. And
Right
in spectacular
in the
fashion, the ball cashing into the stumps. It was a lovely delivery, pitched up, and another wicket. So at the moment, 90 for 7, big trouble for Milo Lodge.
Yes, certainly. The need to see how much they can get with the remaining batters. Try their best to get up to at least 120. But as I said, you see the attacking field coming back once the two new batters were there. And a good job by the Combermere captain. He employed additional slip, and he brought back the gully, looking to do a clean-up job here, Hines. And really, they're bang on target, the Combermere side.
Yeah, and he also brought back Hines, who at this level, on the 15, is bowling sharpish. You know what I mean? Sometimes you look at the pace. I mean, when you look at him, he's bowled at the pace at this level that will get wickets. Certainly will get wickets. He's off target here. And goes down towards the flank area for a leg by. Yes, I mean, if you look at over the years, some of the players that would have represented Barbados that came through the system, particularly fast bowlers, because they had that extra pace to worry you. And he's got the extra pace to worry you, particularly lower the batsman. He's going to get them out.
Certainly. And once you attack the stumps, you bowl straight at the stumps with that pace, and 98% of the time you're going to be in business.
Yep, indeed. Well, of course, Gittins could bat, so that's why he was able to defy him. But the lower the batsmen, he's going to be looking to york them, there's no doubt about it, as he did to Reese. Let's look at the length here. See what I tell you? Bowled him. See what I told you? Bowled him. Right on target. Full. And it's another wicket. Big, big trouble for Milo Lodge. They're sliding away 91 for 7. And this is fantastic work, of course, by our cameramen. Make it 91 for 8. Look at that action. Right on target. Bang. Middle and off stump. Certainly in disarray. Trouble and more trouble for Milo Lodge. They're 91 for 8. And wickets are falling like ripe mangoes.
Yes, full and straight. That's the order of the day from Hines. He came back. He is the strike bowler. The captain brought him back just to do this job, a clean-up job. And brought him back with the additional slip and gully, looking to wrap it up, as they would say. And certainly he did not disappoint his captain. Full and straight with a lot of pace. And he's reaping the rewards of good, straight, quick, accurate bowling. And as you said, quite rightfully, Milo Lodge in all kinds of trouble here. Really, from the time they lost the captain, Seeley, and Gittins before him, and Sargent was in all that pain and really couldn't back. The writing was on the wall, Andrew.
Yep, indeed. And Sargent is also important for them as an off spinner. So that's going to be a big problem for the Milo Lodge side. Good recovery when he batted with Gittins, but after Gittins departed and then Sargent, things have gone not good at all for the Milo Lodge against the defending champions, Nichols, Bacon, Combermere. Now Hines continues his impressive spell of leg spin. And he's got also the silly point in as well, so he knows a thing or two about captaincy.
Yeah, Paris certainly does. He's marshalling his troops wonderfully.
Bowling to Jaden Bell. Very little man, very, very little indeed. So Combermere in control. Think Bell could hit a 4?
I'm going to bank on him to hit not only a 4 but a 6.
Don't put your house and money and land on that. May get a sneaky 4 down to third man, a fine leg. Very well played there. Bit of bounce, he controlled it quite nicely.
I think I'm going to put a bet on it, Andrew. I'm going to borrow some money from you. You know, you're a thousandaire, so I'm going to get
thousandaire.
You're a thousandaire, so I'm going to get a little loan from you.
I've never heard that one before. Here's Hines, looking for more success. Oh, beautifully bowled indeed. This is a different game altogether now. He's got a good big leg break. He's also got the googly as well. He's tall, he's got a good action. And looks impressive. Edge found. Not enough pace to carry to slip. But I've got my doubts as to whether they'll be able to make 100 here. They're 91 for 8 and struggling, Milo Lodge. Well, every run for the Milo Lodge team is of great importance.
Andrew, I'll take that bet. I'll give him 102. 102 all out.
102 all out. Well, buys there. As that ball went past the keeper. Another good over from Paris. 93 for 8.
Yes, certainly he was bang on target. Bowling to Bell. The ball spun and really viciously across his back a couple of times. You're down in the tail, as they would say, at this stage. So you're expected as a bowler, you're looking to dominate, you're looking to clean up, you're looking to get them out as quickly as possible. As Hines back in, still in the attack, looking to clean up.
So Zion Toppin is the new batsman. And Hines continues to bowl very well. You can watch his length again. I'm sure he's going to go full. Bit too full. Wow. Ball came in from square leg and hit the fielder on his knee, and he's in trouble. So that's a problem there for the fielder.
Yeah, the ball came in over the keeper, out of his reach really, and it struck Justin Paris somewhere in the region of the knee. Or is it? Yes, somewhere in the region of the knee. A painful blow really, and he's not much of a man in terms of stature. Really, not a big guy like Andy Payne or myself to really cushion that blow.
Yep.
So it's really going to hurt.
Yeah, very, very slim indeed. So not a lot of meat in the bones there. Unlike his father, who's a big man. So here we go. Hines. Very well played by Toppin. Was a bit short. Got in control as he Got out towards mid-off. As you'd expect, a very aggressive field. 2 slips a gully. And there's also a silly point in operation. This game being played at the Rubis Sports Club on the mighty Grynner Highway. Oh, what a delivery. Banged in. So he's changed his length here. Earlier he was bowling full, and the last 2 deliveries he'd been short. I rather suspect that with that short ball in the batsman's mind, he may very well look to york him here. With one right up. We shall see. Fine leg has been put in. So single to top in. Square in the offside. Now Jaden Bell, who's the smallest that we've seen so far, playing for Milo Lodge, will do battle against Hines. No, that's pretty well played by the young man. Getting in control on top of it and played it square in the offside. Yorker comes along. On attempt of Yorker, full, played square in the offside. So that's the 1-2. They do that all the time. The fast bowler, short ball, and follow up with the Yorker. But the batsman was in control. Bell as he got it square in the offside. So another gone, 94 for loss of 8.
Yeah, certainly Bell looking to be in control. And that short delivery, he got on top of it. And most importantly, he played it with a bad angle down. So he had to go down to the ground. And instead of going up in the air, really. And then he drove on out to cover. He looks pretty good for a tail ender. No doubt not looking to surrender his wicket, but looking to fight to the end.
So the captain of the Combermere side, sponsored by Nichols Bacon, will continue. Justin Paris with his leg breaks. Bowling to Zion Toppin. So he gets to run off the first ball, exposing Bell, Devon Bell. Not bad for the young man. Getting in line nicely. The slip, the gully, and the silly point. And Bell gets off the mark. Well done to him. You say 102?
102.
Well, they're getting closer and closer all the time. Barbados' cricket, in terms of, particularly at the youth level, and you see it a lot when they go regional, it's the kind of preparation that I think makes the difference. In fact, I was speaking to the manager of the Barbados under-19 side, and he made the point that when the tournament was held recently in St. Vincent, the difference, significant difference, was that the Barbados team was much better prepared. A lot of money goes into cricket in Barbados. Of course, the lottery helps. The Barbados Cricket Association, recognizing the importance of ensuring that cricket is alive and well. The person I'm speaking about, of course, is Jabbar Niles, who was part of the successful Barbados team that traveled and brought back the bacon when they were in St. Vincent. 98 for 6. Yeah, Jamal Niles was in fact making the point that in addition, of course, to talent, I mean, there's no question about that. I think when you look at on the 19 level, people like Smith, I saw him play for Pickwick this weekend along with Prescott and Pollard. These are young men with lots of ability. And there's a young man who's bowling now who's certainly, as a under 15 cricketer, looks as if he can go places. He looks good. And this pitch was a bit slowish with all the rain, the moisture in it. You would think that in a harder pitch it would be logically quicker. But I like what I'm seeing from this young man, Hines.
Yeah, certainly he looks the part from the beginning of the day. He hit this good lines, really impressive.
Well, what a shot.
The bell looks a fighter.
He's a fighter.
Yeah, he looks a fighter.
Yes.
He's not going to surrender.
No, offer me shot. Look at him there. He's so small.
Just a little bigger than the bat.
Yeah, indeed. He's at the non-striker's end, but he's a fighter. Because on the 15 level, you can have some pretty big chaps. Butcher Lewis is a big chap at slip. Chance for a catch, but he gets away with it. Falling in no man's land. The bowler came behind the umpire. Mid-on, couldn't get across. And he gets away with it, top in. Again, undone by the extra pace generated by Hines. And that's interesting because he played with the weight in the back foot there because he was clearly looking for another short ball.
Well, certainly, but I want pitched up. Good thinking by Hines, but the batter couldn't get top and just got a little bit of bat on it was enough to divert it away from the stumps, really. So this is good, intelligent bowling by Hines, and you have to keep saying it. You really impressed us from the first delivery ball. He started on top of that off stump, gave nothing away, and really hit some wonderful lengths and lines today, and certainly, in my opinion, one for the future.
Well, he's going to be safe here. Oh, he's hit wicket. Oh. Wow. What a way to go. Deep in his crease. The hook shot came out, but he hit wicket. So that's a very unfortunate way to go.
That extra pace. Really, he was, as I said, ducking and running at the same time, really. And that was a good short delivery from Hines. As we see here, it was unfortunate. The bat coming right away wrong and hitting the stumps. As you know, hit wicket. The rule clearly states that any part of your person that hits the bills and dislodge them while you're batting, you're out hit wicket. So Andrew, your watch can fall on the stumps, your hat can fall on the stumps, your helmet, any part of your person. So unfortunate way to go. Really.
Has it ever happened to you where your helmet fell on the stumps?
Never, because I had one that was like so small I got from Sherwin Campbell. But I was determined to wear it because it was Campbell's helmet.
Oh, Campbell's helmet.
So what I would do normally before you go to bat, just grease my head and just make sure I got someone to help me push it on. So it never came off.
Never came off. Have you ever been dismissed hit wicket?
Never.
Never?
Never.
You were
Long on, long off.
yeah, front foot man too. You stayed away from the stumps.
Oh, certainly.
All right, so more trouble for Milo Lodge. Wonder if they're going to get that 102 as Bellamy comes out to do battle. Cavio Bellamy. Oh, he's bowled all over the place. And Hines continues to do such a wonderful job for the Combermere side. The defending champions are all over Milo Lodge being inserted. They're all out for 97.
Yeah, certainly right at the stumps, as they would say, with pace. And once you attack those stumps with the pace and you have, he would definitely get a wicket. So he did the job that he was asked to do, as we see here. One bang on target, middle stump, rock back, doing the job as the strike bowler that his captain brought him back to do, and really a fine spell of fast bowling from Hines.
Yeah, indeed. There's no doubt about that. And picking up those wickets, very well managed by his captain. He opened the bowling, found some good stout defence from Gittins. But then after Gittins departed, it was a good time to bring him back. And with his extra pace, good length, good line, has been able to do an excellent job to reduce the Milo Lodge team for 97. Well, Gittins got 41, and then Sargent got an injury, never looked the same, 26. Seeley got 10. But when we look at that, only 3 batsmen getting into double figures.
Certainly. But the highlight of the batting for me would have been obviously Gittins 41. Really, it was resolute in his approach. He kept it simple. Technique was basic technique. He drove well. Defense was good as well, and ran beautifully between the wicket, Sargent, and himself. So once Gittins was gone, and then Sargent with his injury, obviously, it meant that the latter half really had it difficult and negating the pace of young Hines.
So 97 from 36 overs. And as we said, only Gittins, Sargent, and Captain Seeley get into double figures. Mason went early, and Rowe as well. And then the bottom half didn't do anything at all, undone by some excellent bowling from Hines, whose pace, I think, made all the difference.
But
So the Lodge School struggling a great deal. Your impressions of the pitch?
it was one that was not that easy, really, to bat on. Some of the balls seemed to have gripped and stopped a bit. The first wicket, the batter looking to drive the ball, to cover the ball, held up a bit, and he was out caught, really. Not an easy one, really, to bat on, but nevertheless, you still have to give credit to Nichols, Bacon, Combermere, because they really bowled well. They bowled some really good areas. They kept the pressure on, that's important. And they kept the pressure on, and as long as the wickets were falling, then the talisman in terms of Hines came back and did the job that he was asked to do by his captain. But by no stretch of the imagination, an easy pitch to bat on. You really couldn't go through the line of the ball to drive. You had to get close to the delivery if you wanted to drive it. And Gittins showed good technique in really negating the bowlers on a surface like this. So credit must really go to him.
Well, certainly Hines was the man. Jahidi, interesting first game he's got, picking up 4 wickets for 9 runs, great economy. Butcher Lewis was steady, 2 for 28. Fort was also steady as well. And I thought that Paris, the captain, bowled well, picking up 2 for 27. When Sargent played him, he played him pretty well. But overall, I thought he handled the side well in terms of tactics, bringing Hines back and destroying the low order for the Milo Lodge team. So when you look at it, certainly to be all out for just 97, with Gittins 41, Sargent 26, Seeley 10, that doesn't inspire a great deal of confidence, because most of the batsmen certainly did not come to the party. But again, Hines was brilliant. 4 for 9. Paris, as captain, gave good support. 2 for 27. Butcher Lewis, medium pacer, 2 for 28. And Daniel Hood, 1 for 12. So 97 all out. Advantage to the Nichols Bacon Combermere.
Yes, certainly. What impressed me really is that they bowled well as a unit. They kept the pressure on, which was important. They really gifted little or nothing away. That they were bang on 98% of the time, so that was very, very important. And once they saw the back of Gittins, they knew that they were in business. They called back their talisman, the strike bowler in Hines, and he did not disappoint his captain, as you said, rightfully said. Justin Paris really marshaled his troops beautifully today. Very impressed with his captaincy.
So let's go back. The start, 11:30. Lots of rain in Barbados last night. Not a lot this morning. In fact, I was worried that we would not have gotten a prompt start. We did. So we want to congratulate the ground staff here for ensuring that we were able to start on time. The Nichols Bacon Combermere, they won the toss and they chose to bowl, which I think was a fairly predictable decision.
Certainly, with all the rains around, pitch looking a bit dark cast in terms of colour. You're not sure what's going to happen. You're not going to take the chance to bat first. So based on those conditions, it was predictable really that whoever won the toss would have asked the other side really to take first snap. And they really worked to their advantage, winning the toss here today at the Rubis ground.
Yeah, indeed. So the pitch being rolled. Looks as if it's the light roller being used. And it's also going to be interesting to see if Shonico Sargent takes the field for the Milo Lodge, because he's not only maybe the best batsman along with Gittins, but he's also very important as far as they're concerned with his off-spin bowling. And if they lose him, that's going to be a big body blow to them. But we're happy to have been able to start the game at 11:30, and the defending champions doing very well, winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Milo Lodge all for 97, with really only 2 batsmen impressing. Young Gittins, who I thought batted very well. Good player. Lovely touch to his batting. Shakobi Gittins and Shonico Sargent. They were the only 2 that impressed. Captain Liam Seeley got 10. But when you do an assessment of the bowling of the Combermere side, I thought the captain handled his troops well. Started with Hines. Butcher Lewis was just thereabouts. And particularly after the break, he brought Hines back in the attack, and that made all the difference.
Yes, certainly. As I said before, what I really loved about them, they did it as a bowling unit, a well drilled, and you can see that a well drilled in terms of this bowling unit. Pressure came from both ends, and that's what made it difficult for the Milo Lodge batters. In some cases you have the bowler from the north bowling well, runs licking from the south, so the team still keeps flowing quite easily, but that was not the case today. Both bowlers from each end really had things tight, so to speak, so they really gifted little or nothing away, and they created that pressure from early, and that was very, very important. They bowled well as a unit.
All right, so we're just about to resume the action. The umpires are making their way to the middle, and the Milo Lodge side with a lot of work to do here, defending a very modest 97. Sun is just trying to peep through the heavy clouds that we've had all day. The English call it hazy sunshine, really. A lovely breeze is coming across the ground. We're at the Rubis Sports Club, which is on the mighty Grynner Highway, and a club that I think plays second division.
Second division, yeah. The ladies' side, I think this is their
home ground.
Their home ground. I think they're coached by Pamela Levine. I think she was the
wonderful.
last coach
What's
here.
become of her?
Yeah, so she's still around, still giving back. She's past her days of playing.
Yeah.
She's still quite capable of playing, in my opinion, but she's taking up now the role of coach and working with a lot of young promising female cricketers in this country, so she's giving back. And I really have to say kudos to her and give her all the praise that she deserves, because she's really done well for her country, and now she's giving back as a coach cricket-wise, and that's really good.
Yeah, Pamela Levine, yes, has done a wonderful job. In fact, I remember when she played for Empire.
Yeah.
Remember that?
One or two games. I think
One or
she
two
played,
games.
Yeah, for Empire.
Playing against the men.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a great deal of time. I remember Tony Cozier. Cozier cricket then was very critical of it, really, when it happened. But the women's team, this is their home ground, but they play second division in Barbados.
Yeah, they play second division.
Yeah. Have you
My
had a
last
chance to
select.
see them?
I've not really seen them in action, but I've heard and followed some of the scores really as you go on, because it's really good that you can get the female cricketers to play against the guys in this country. It does well for the overall game, and almost all of them are very brave, and they're by no means intimidated by playing against a gentleman that is really good. I know Pamela is a tough cookie, so I know she's going to encourage them to be as confident and positive as they could be. So really, they are in good hands with Pamela Levine. And it's really good to see them really taking part in our local competition.
And of course, you talk about preparation. I know Roland Butcher's got a lot to do with the preparation of the women. And it showed in the CPL with the Barbados Royals winning. Haley Matthews was the important cog in the wheel.
Yeah, certainly a
I like the looks of Aliyah Allen as well. She bowled well.
Superstar.
Yep.
Superstar. I just love to see her play. I mean, the energy that she
Lots
brings,
of energy. Yeah.
she brings to the to the fore. If you're down a bit, she can just lift a whole team up. And in my opinion, she is a superstar. I just love to see her play.
Yeah,
and that. So kudos and congratulations must go out to that Royal side, the female side. They did a magnificent job. They were brilliant, simply.
Indeed, and of course, Haley Matthews, their captain, she ensured that there was the coup de grace for the country, and the Barbados Royals, in terms of men, not doing badly either.
Yeah, I have them picked to go all the way, really, with my guy back in the side, Raheem Cornwall, back in.
You love Cornwall. Is it because you're similar
That
size?
nothing to do with size, Andrew. Come on. I must let you know, I've lost 2 pounds in the last 4 weeks.
2
Thank you.
pounds.
2.
But you know you've got a mountain to climb.
No, I'm going to get there. No, I'm going to get there.
All right.
I'm going to see the promised land.
You see the promised land. Well, of course, Jimmy Cliff says with many rivers to cross, I can see clearly now. All right, so the sun is trying to peep through. Lovely weather. As we said at the start, it looked as if we might not have had any cricket, at least at the start, but it's given way to decent weather. And we started in overcast conditions, but the weather's good now. The action is about to resume, and the news is that the Nichols, Bacon, Combermere, a side that did very well, the defending champions, winning the toss and electing to field and dismissing Milo Lodge for 97. And now it's the turn of the boys from Waterford to try to follow what the bowlers did with some good batting. We shall see. Time for change of commentators. Andy Payne is going to be joined by Lyndon Yard.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yep, so good first effort there by the Combermere School, dismissing the Lodge School for 97 in that first innings. Young Jahidi Hines, impressive bowling by the young man, showed a little bit of pace coming on to the latter part of the innings there and really cleaning up the tail. Yeah, Jahidi. Saw him using a couple of short balls and then blowing down the stumps of the tail enders. So good tactics there by the young man as we welcome Lyndon Yard into the commentary seat.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Andy. Back after lunch. Very delicious lunch indeed. And advantage to Nichols, Bacon, Combermere. So here's the first delivery of the response to a target of 97. And Jahidi Hines is the batsman on strike. And with him is Kilani Fort.
That's correct. Lyndon Khalil Fort.
Khalil Fort. So budding all-rounder. And they're chasing down 97 it is.
That's 97
for first in his point. So here is Seeley And this will be short. Onto the back foot goes Hines and plays the ball up to the mid-off position. And there is no run, so Liam Seeley. Interesting, Andy, if I didn't know better, I would suspect that he would have been a spinner, similar to his father.
Well, he's got that in him as well, and I've seen him bowl some off spin before, so he's a good all-around player.
Well, he's a bowling medium pace, and the ball's a little bit short, so the awesome steer down to the fielder at that backward point position. Can't score is Hines. And Nichols Bacon Combermere, who has won this title on several occasions. Lodge has also claimed victory here as well. So let me take you around the field. There's a slipping position. There's a backward point. There's a cover point. Cover. Extra cover. Mid-off. And here's the outside in the off stump. And goes through the keeper. No runs. Just trying to wide signal by the umpire. Not taken cleanly by the keeper. Just trying to ascertain the keeper. I think that's
Keeper.
it's not Little Mason. Very definitive.
Mason.
Yeah. Malachi Mason.
That's correct.
As here is a little bit outside of the off stump, and Mason skips across, takes it, tosses it to the field, another wide in the books. So Sundries so far has helped Combermere's cause. They're 2 without loss. And Seeley looking to swing the ball away, starting it a little too wide of the off stump. He's at the top of his mark and halfway through his run. In and bowls, it'll be on the line of the off stump, and there's Hines playing it late, kept it a little bit low, but he might have been searching to get onto the front foot there and playing as opposed to just stand up and playing back.
Yeah, I think he might just need to do that. Seeley is short man. I don't think he'll be getting a lot of bunks. So the idea must be to try to get as far forward for him as possible.
Straight leg mid wicket and mid on completes the field as Seeley's into bowl to Hines, and Hines is getting a bit on the line of the leg stump, works it into the straightish mid on position to go for a quick single. The return comes in over arm and allows the batsman enough time to get in. So had he on the arm flicked, I guess it's something that will come into the arsenal as time goes on.
Yes.
Another run attained, 3 without loss, and Hines opens his account.
Yeah, a little bit of a hesitation there by Fort, but Hines, he wanted the single. It was his call. I think Fort was a little bit of ball watching, but they got home pretty safe in the end. So Jahidi Hines, he's off the mark. He's got 1 to his total.
So we see how Fort goes. And slimly built, the young man. Khalik Hines, Khalik Fort. And this first delivery is allowing it to go by outside in the awesome, wide of the awesome, and no ball signaled by the umpire. So Seeley infringes the front crease now, diminutive in height.
Yep, very short man.
This over looks familiar, Andy. We don't want to bring tears out of school.
Yeah,
But you can bring it to school because we did see it similar at Kensington.
And you saw it on the beach as well.
Yeah.
So I think you're more speaking about the one at the beach.
But I said we don't want to break out of school, so
Yes.
keep the beach in school, and then we can use
Kensington.
Kensington as the place where it actually happens. So that completes over number 1, and in response to a total of 97, after they were nicely positioned at 70 for 4 to be rotated for 97. Milo Lodge having been invited back. The sun is out in all its glory. That puffy white cloud has gotten even whiter, and with the pitch being rolled, Andy, I suspect it will play a lot better now than it did this morning.
Yes, should be a bit more placid now, like we predicted, Lyndon. With 97 runs on the board only, I think if the batsman can really get in here, they could be in for a very good score here. So the Lodge School, by extension, they've got their work cut out. They just want to pick up early wickets and try to run in rows through this Combermere School batting lineup. But this man, Jahidi Hines, he's a very experienced player. At this level, I would tell you, he represented the Barbados under 15 team with some distinction, as well as now he's trying his trade now in the Division 1 league.
Well, marks all his stance, and it's going to be Levi Rowe. He's going to take it up. So quite a few of these batsmen that would have batted high have the ball in their hands. That's always a good sign for all-rounders. Here is Rowe in, and his first to be short and banged away. That's the first 6 of the game. A short ball, and that was hit with contempt. My goodness me. Well, Andy, I said moments ago, the sun is older than all its glory. The wicket has been rolled. You're going to get a much better wicket. He tested the turf, but that was hit with disdain for 6. Quite a shot by young Jahidi Hines, and he's up to 7, 10 without loss.
I'll tell you what, Lyndon, there to tell you, this young man, he's very destructive. He's got a history of scoring a lot of runs. His background, he's got a lot of support. I can tell you what, his uncles, Ricky Graves and Lyndon Graves, they would have played the trade over there at the Standard in Orange Hill. And there are some very destructive batsmen as well. Lyndon in particular, he would hit it a long way. So if this young man's got any of that power, I can tell you, this guy here, he's one for the making.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he doesn't have power, he definitely has timing, and he definitely loves a short ball. Here is Rowe. How does he come back? Steams in, goes past the umpire and bowls to Hines. Gets another short delivery, and doesn't capitalize on it. Knocked down by the keeper. Behind the stumps. And
yep,
it remains 10 without loss.
But that pull shot, Lyndon, it was pulled with disdain from the young man.
Oh, yes. And the thing about it is that it stood up. It was a good short ball, just ill-directed. And he slapped it with disdain. That's a nice look about his stance. And he waits on Rowe, who goes past the umpire and bowls a delivery which the batsman is across his stumps. Wait off the delivery. Good comeback delivery. And I always say, Andy Payne as a bowler, is always hard to come back when your first ball goes for a boundary. The pressure automatically is on you.
Yes. You're thinking about where to bowl it. I mean, I'm taking it from you, the bowler.
Oh, yes. It's always better to concede a run or 2 as opposed to a boundary. You're automatically put in the firing spot. Here is Rowe. Steams in to bowl to Hines. And Hines gets a little bit down the leg side, ill-directed. And I wouldn't want to say missed out. It was just too far outside the leg stump. And no run attained. It remains 10 without loss. Nichols, Baker, and Combermere looking for 98 for first in his points. And they have remaining today 25.3 overs. Remember, 65 in a day. And as I said, sun out in all its glory. Hines on 7. Rowe goes past the umpire and bowls to Hines. Hines gets to the short side of the off stump, allows it to go by to the keeper. And there's no run. So slip in position. There's a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. So they're operating with a 7-2 field. A strange 7-2 field.
I think it's 6-3,
because
I think they've got a man.
Oh, yeah, deep backward square. 6-3. Correct. Thank you. And after that short ball, I would have a man behind there because that short ball was hit further. As this delivery is in short and hit in the air. The field is under it and the catch is dropped. So, as I said, they wouldn't have that field there, but it was a delivery on the line of the leg stump. It really should have been taken. A simple catch put down. And at square leg, the fielder was set for that. He came gradually across, effortless, and he put it down in the same motion, much to the demise of his fielding side. And when you only score 97, and you have a man out behind square early in the exchanges, and only over number 2, you have to take those catches. 14 without loss. Hines lives to fight on. He's dropped at 7. He's 11, and 40 is yet to score.
I'll tell you what, Rowe will be very disappointed because that's the big wicket, as Andrew said, that's a snapper. So he's really dropped the big man there at the deep backward square area. I think he was set this particularly for that shot in the yard. He didn't have to move much at all. He was right there into his grafts, and he just floored it. So, as you said, Hines, he lived on to fight, but Hines is a danger man in Lyndon, and you can tell if he spends any length of time at the wicket, he'll be scoring runs.
I'll tell you what, if he spends any time at the wicket, we're in for a treat as well. Well, I'm in for a treat. You've seen a lot of him. This is my first time seeing him. But I like what I saw with that short delivery. Not the one he got dropped with, because that really should have gone into the sea. But he didn't time it properly. And here is Seeley. Steams into bowl to Fort, and Fort is driving slightly off something. Doesn't make contact. Plays outside the line of the delivery. And it's through to the keeper. So, I'd like to look at the fact it's under 15 finals, and we are seeing several budding all-rounders. That's a good sign for Barbados cricket. The future is good. Seeley One of those all-rounders. He only got 10 with the bat. Starts in from the northern and goes past the umpire and bowls to 4-4, gets it outside of the off stump, allows it to go by to the keeper.
Good take there by Mason.
So the probe here is to bowl the ball wider to the off stump. Mason, would you say 2-3 or 1-8?
I think he don't quite reach the 2-foot mark, Lyndon.
He doesn't reach 2?
No.
Oh dear, I thought it was being generous. Well, it's very, very short indeed, as Seeley is in to bowl to fourth, and fourth is getting the edge down to third man. He'll go close to the boundary, the ball will pull up inside the boundary, and the batsman content with a single. So fourth opens the count fortuitously, as that delivery playing across the line, getting the outside edge. The ball might have just seemed out a little bit as well, and fortune favors the brave. With that, the total is up to 15 and without loss. Hines on 11, Fort 1, Seeley 1 over, no meters, none for 5. And the wicket, they've gone down wing to Hines. As
You can see these guys have played a lot of cricket against each other, Lyndon. As you see Hines coming to strike, you've seen them just putting the field back a little bit to him.
Seeley's into bowl to Hines. Hines gets a wide full toss outside in the off stump. Signal wide by the umpire as well. So another sundry.
Yep.
So Seeley looking for some away movement and looking to drag the batsman across the off stump and just starting a little too wide. So maybe he just needs to start on the line of the off stump,
Yes.
rather than outside off.
Yeah, so he just needs to be patient, get it in the areas. That area, like you said, right on that fourth stump area, he would prefer to be bowling.
Well, shortens his run and is in to bowl to Hines, and Hines allows this one to go by to the keeper, goes through Mason. He's not keeping that well. Heard a lot about him when I got here. And down his haunches there early. Wide signal by the umpire, but as a keeper, your first movement is to see the ball early, so he should have been in a position to take that.
Yep.
Extras continue to be a healthy contribution. 17 without loss. Hines on 11 has a strike. Seeley's into him, goes past the umpire, and this delivery is on the line of leg stump, whipped through mid wicket. Lovely shot to take 1. Will they be interested in 2? The field is onto it. They're going to come back for 2. The return comes in, and they're going to beat the return quite easily. So 2 good looking runs.
Yep, you see that was very well balanced, Lyndon Yard, and how he just on drove that one wide of the man there at mid wicket. So lovely shot that.
So we have a bowl actually, Aaron's actually topping bowling. So our apologies. As so it's Toppin who opened the bowling and not Seeley. Said thought he would have more been an off spinner than the fast bowler. So young Toppin just made the adjustment here.
Zion Toppin.
Zion Toppin. So he is on the way into bowl. The delivery down the line of the leg stump and turned into the leg side, tucked into the leg side by Hines. We'll pick up another single. So we make the adjustment on the television screen for you on the monitors. It's actually Toppin bowling, who would have just completed his second over. So he's now sent down 2 overs, no meters, none for 6. Zion Toppin, and actually none for 9. Yes. And 19 becomes 20 without loss. That is Nichols, Bacon, Combermere in response to 97 made by Milo Lodge. Andy?
Yep, and you can see how the shore this young man Hines seems to be in the middle. He's just easing that one through the leg side as Toppin came a bit straight. You can see he just picked an easy single in the mid wicket area, Lyndon Yard. So the field set back a bit for him as he spread it a little bit, as he's capable of hitting the ball a long way. And all he did was just took the easy single that was on offer. If you have Fort on the other hand, he's just going to offer support. Fort looked like he's one who would love to run between the wickets as well. So I think that makes it easier for Hines to just turn over the strike.
And we're going to have a bowling change. It looks as though Shanico Sargent is going to pick it up. And it seems as though he's going to come from the... No, actually. He reset the field. And now he's tossed the ball down to the opening bowler and takes back his head. Something from the umpire. So yeah, so we're not going to have a bowling change after all.
So roll to continue.
So roll to continue. So I thought it was a little strange to see Sargent with the ball so early after just 1 over. Especially seeing that he had the batsman drop in that over after he was hit for 6. So Hines on 14 will have the strike. Fort has 1. Top end 1 over for 10. And row. So that man is still back, but they've changed fielders. They put Gittins down the square leg boundary. And slip in position. Backward point, cover point. There's a sweep. I'm particularly surprised at the sweep out of the cover boundary so early in the innings, Andy. As Rowe steams into bowl to Hines. Hines gets a short delivery and forces it down to the fielder at that backward point. Good pace, good bounce, and now ought to be looking for a single, but Fort is obviously concentrating on the wrong thing. And an easy single up for offer corner begging.
Rearward return there, and the keeper wasn't able to collect it cleanly. But you saw Fort at the non-striker, and he turns back to the play, and signal was able to be taken.
And it really should have been a single because the square leg is on the boundary, and the fielder had to come from a straightish mid wicket over to square leg to field that delivery to back it up. As Rowe is in, the delivery pitched up outside the off and banged away through the covers. Lovely shot. Out to the sweep on the cover boundary. So this is the reason why the sweep is on the cover boundary, Andy. This is an area where they're going to try to stifle him. He loves to drive. Looks good on the pull. And that's one area where they can slow him down by giving him the one, because it was a lovely, good, flowing drive that carries him to 15. It brings Fort, who's been very sedate, a little circumspect on strike. 21 without loss. Current rate 4.30. Overs remaining 23.4. They trail by 76. Here's Rowe on the way into bowl to Fort. And he aborts his run just when he was about to coil and deliver.
Yes.
Don't think Don Lovell ever coiled to deliver.
Yeah, I don't think he don't know was that. We also saw him. We're not going to expose that.
No. Sometimes you have to keep off the air. Set us up. Set up the media.
Yes. But there you go. But as you can see, the strength of Hines, as you were asking why the sweeper is in place so early. So good strategic move there by Liam Seeley to get his man out there to protect that boundary.
And they brought the fielder in for Fort, but the square leg stays back. Here's Rowe on the way into bowl to Fort. Fort gets to the outside in the off stump, allows the ball to go by. Through to the keeper. No run attained. And a good start for Combermere as they look to lift another BCA under 15 title against arch rivals Village School. And over the years, these two schools have had several battles, not only in cricket, football, athletics especially. As Rowe steams into bowl to Fort, and Fort is running it down to the unprotected third man area. They'll get one through that fielder at backward point and the cover point, and it comes back for 2. So Fort is up to 3 and 23 now without loss. Hines is on 15. He's been the more aggressive, and still a 6-3 operation in position with the sweeper coming up off the boundary. So it's now 2 slips, so they've plugged the gully. 2 slips in the backward point, cover, mid off, mid on. And once again, Rowe aborts his run. They'll need to get some wickets if they're going to keep the Law School in the battle. It's early days yet. Day 1 of a 3-day final. And it's like a test match. Andy Payne wants you bowled out on the first day, you're likely to lose the game. Here is Rowe on the way to bowl to Fort, and Fort is stretching forward, plays the ball with soft hands into the offside. There's no run, and almost premeditated really, that he's lunging forward even before the delivery is delivered.
Yeah, but good ploy you found out there. Yeah, you always put yourself on the back foot if you get bowled out too. You're always playing catch-up cricket really, so it's always a long way to get yourself back into the game, unless you really can get the opposition bowler in quick time.
And they were dismissed shortly after T for 97. Haven't gone to T at 84 for 5. Outside line the off stump, allowed to go by Fort. That concludes yet another over. And I can tell you, in search of 97, make it 98 for first innings points after Milo Lodge who went to tea at 84 for 5, were dismissed shortly after lunch, for 97. I can tell you, Jahidi Hines, he has 15, and Khalil Fort, he has 3 in 23 without loss.
Yes, but Hines continues to show his assurance in the middle. Good support being offered there by Fort. Fort is not trying anything rash, not anything extravagant. He's just allowing the bowlers to bowl those ones outside the off stump and leave him alone. But yeah, they've got a good score on the board so far. A good start. They're 23 foot loss in some 4 overs, so they're really challenging down that 97 runs made by the Lodge School. So I'm sure Corey Edwards and his boys, as you can see them over there by the scoreboard, they feel that they're in a good position, and as you rightfully said, to be bowled out in the first day of this game, they've really put themselves under a bit of pressure in the Lodge School.
Let us inform those of you who are now joining the stream or listening that had nothing to do with the wicket or nothing to do with the fact that we were asked to bat first. The wicket only played a tad slow earlier in the exchanges, but we can look back and say that most of the dismissals were very soft dismissals, and the only one that really stood out would have been young Gittins, who looked solid as a rock, and then we have Shonico Sargent, who looked well before injury got the better of him, and in the end, coming back after lunch, he was easily dismissed, and from there on, the others just capitulated. So, with the action to resume is Zion Toppin with none for 10. He's into bowl to Hines, and Hines is playing the delivery pitched up under their legs, no ball signaled by the umpire. So Toppin has had this problem with no balls and wides. Remarks his run.
Yeah, he continues to be bothered by these extra balls, Lyndon. So just his coach, Teddy Foster, he'll have some work to do with him. But keeps the score ticking over these extras. I'm sure the Combermere they wouldn't mind.
Oh yes. But extras being the second highest score to Hines, because Fort only has 3. And it is 24 without loss. So he marks his run. And just a solitary stepping position. There's a backward point, there's a cover point. Cover an extra, cover mid off. And he's in. Then he shot really awesome and slapped down to the fielder. Gittins was it under control in the cover region. Can't score. Should have done better with that, Andy. Short really awesome and had the width and the room.
Yeah, I think it didn't have the pace, though, Lyndon.
Oh,
I
yes.
think it was a bit deceived by pace.
Something as a batsman, you have to create your own pace.
Create your own pace on it. So, yeah, it was void of pace, that delivery.
And here is Hines, who waits on Toppin and goes on to the back foot. That one swings into him, or should I say cut into him.
Yeah,
Which you prefer, Andy? Swing into you or cut into?
Cut into him a bit. The length was good, so he didn't have the room where he'd rather get on the front foot and get that power. But I think he had a bit of cut in swing on it.
Well, after the heroics of the first over, or the second over, that big 6, things have quietened down considerably as Toppin is in and onto the front foot. Hines works it into the mid-wicket region for an easy single, a little bit of a misfield, but it was always going to be a single. And takes a total of 25 without loss, brings the more quiet Fort on strike.
I think that's the area there where you can see that he wouldn't be scoring a lot there, but he's putting himself in position just to pick up the singles. He's not going across the ball. He's just playing it nice and straight in front of him, Lyndon.
Yes, Khalik Fort on 3. Good partner. Waits on Toppin, who's into him, and he stretches forward. Allows the ball to go by to the keeper. So he looks the part when he's picking up his off stump and allowing the ball to go by. And Fort Hines the more aggressive of the pair. He has 16. Fort has 3. 22.1 deliveries left in the day. This being day 1.
Just remembering this game is going to be played over 3 days, Lyndon.
As this delivery is a high full toss. And a drive and a miss by Fort. Maybe he's a little too tentative. Hence, he was unable to put away that full toss because it was outside in the off stump. But he's gotten into this mode where he's just thrusting the left pad and allowing the ball to go by. He gets a nice full toss to the off stump, allows it to go. He attempted to hit it through the covers, didn't make any contact. And that concludes another over. Over number 5 done and dusted, 25 without loss.
Yeah, kind of a defensive ploy by Fort. He seems to be that type of a player, but maybe a bit too ultra defensive, because as that full ball came by, it was there for the hit, and he at least had to drive that one through the covers. but he missed the whole ball completely as he's very much in that defensive mode.
Yes, and that can happen. Put himself under some pressure as well. Also transfers the pressure to young Hines. And it'll be interesting to see how he plays out this period of play, because the fact that they have this square leg back, not just to count to the pull shot, they have the sweeper back on the cover boundary, that's to count to the drive or a cut in front of point. And that kind of restricts him and plays on his mentality, because then it means I can play a good shot and only get one.
Yeah, so he just needs to not burn up, with the singles being given. But he just needs to continue. And by extension, you rightfully say that young Ford needs to help him, because he seems to be one of those players who needs a rhythm. So
yes.
The longer you keep him off strike, you might think that he thinks he has to score and just burns up.
Well, it is row to continue. Steams into bowl to Hines, and Hines is onto the back foot, just coming across the stump, transferring the weight to the back foot, and steers the ball down to the gully. And there is no run. So it's a 3/4 length being utilized against Hines, who's looked the part.
Yeah, tall player.
Yeah, elegantly built.
Look very much the part, Lyndon, on both front and back foot.
Oh yes, very well balanced. Sells into his stance, and here is Rowe with his left hand pretty close to his face, and they'll be outside of the off stump. Allowed to go by, taken by the diminutive Mason. I think he has to be the shortest Mason I know.
No relation to Andrew?
Or Dale Mason.
No, Dale is not very short either.
Exactly, shortest Mason I know. He goes down behind the stumps and Rowe comes past the umpire just about 9 balls to Hines, and Hines is stretching on the front foot. Good outswinger. Got himself locked up, and in the end he read it well, Andy, because he adjusted and pulled his hand away to follow the ball and play the ball with soft hands in the offside. Very, very exceptional technique being shown by young Jahidi Hines.
Like I said, he's one of the more assured players you will find in this under 15 tournament, Lyndon. He's got some good technique, like you've also got the ability to hit the ball, so he gets the ball off of him pretty easily.
And he waits on Rowe, and he gets a short delivery, allows it to go by outside line of the off stump, through to the keeper. Mason.
I'm sure this Mason will be building some blocks at some point, Lyndon.
He isn't much taller than the stump, and that's no exaggeration at all when he's upright. Says he's a very competent keeper. Did look good in the warm-up. Didn't do well with the bat. Was the first man out for 1, 2 for 1. Then the start for Lodge, who were invited to bat, as Rowe is in an ill-directed delivery. Brilliant take. Brilliantly taken by the young man. Just stuck the left hand out and rolled over in Jeffrey Dujon style.
Kind of Dujon take, yes. But
Good foot movement, good anticipation.
He did carry his body with it a little bit.
Oh, yes.
So that was a good take. And it was a bit wide down the leg side.
Oh,
so
yes. He had a good look at it, but he still got to be able to get around there.
He did well to get there.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so you can see their row a little bit off target that time. He's been a bit wide of the off stump, wide of the leg stump. He just needs to continue to just bowl those balls on top of the off.
And he goes past umpire fields and bowls a bit outside of the off stump. This is just the widest of the off stump. And again, allowed to go by to the keeper. So that over would have cost all of nothing. Over number 6, done and dusted. And I can tell you that the Nichols Bacon Combermere side, they're in full control of this Barbados Cricket Association under 15 final against the neighboring Lodge School, all the way from St. John. And Milo Lodge all out for 97 in response. Combermere. That is Nichols Bacon Combermere. Do you prefer Combermere or Combermere?
Well,
when does Combermere come into play?
You have that as a Combermereans.
Okay. Well,
But,
I looked around. Don Lovell didn't go Combermere. Andrew Mason definitely didn't go Combermere. I passed by Combermere.
Well, my son went to Combermere.
Oh, your son went to Combermere.
Yes.
And Don said he lived in Combermere Street. So the news is that Combermere, they are 25 without loss, as over number 7 is about to start. And it's going to be top end once again. Who starts in to bowl to Fort, and Fort is getting the full toss and strokes it to the fielder. At point, again, not capitalizing on the full toss. He only had to hit it to his left or to his right. He would have at least picked up 2. But he seemed content to play the sheet anchor role, and this is where the pressure is normally transferred upon the non-striker. And it's been quiet times the last 3 overs. I suspect, Andy, that something has got to give. Here's Toppin on the way into bowl to Ford. Ford is allowing this one to go by. Well bowled, well played, well left. No ball. So the commentator's curse.
Yes, indeed. But young Ford, as you said, he's prepared to just hang in there and not give his wicket away. He's just anything wide that off stump. He's not in a position he don't want to play a shot at all, and so he's just going to defend his wicket. And I don't know, the full tosses came along. He didn't score off that either, so he just need to work out where his scoring shots
Shots
should
to come from. I'm a little surprised that young Toppin has his problems with no ball. He isn't that pacey. He's a nice medium pacer, and he's in at the outside end of the off stump. And allowed to go by, taken by young Mason.
Yep. Before I've shown you that anything's not on his stump, he's not prepared to play a shot at all.
It's a good attitude to have. And maybe the bowler just needs to adjust his line and force him to play per delivery rather than allow him to leave the ball.
Well, I can think of one player from one batter from his alma mater who would have been prepared to do such.
Oh
well.
yes, you don't have to mention him. I think the whole of Barbados knows. And there's a brilliant take by young Mason down the leg side. No signal from the umpire.
And
None whatsoever.
but you can see Mason, he seems to be wanting anything down the leg side. He's happy to put the dive in. But that's another good take because, again, that one was pretty wide on the leg side. And you just keep gathering and then put the dive in, Lyndon.
26 without loss over number 7 in progress. As Toppin is in. And there is Fort. Long forward, head well over the ball. Elbows caught. Full back face. He remains on 3.
Face some 16 balls for that 3, so it's totally defended. And like we said, once it comes on the stump, he's happy to defend it. Anything outside the off stump, he's just going to leave it alone.
Well, he waits on Toppin, who shortens his run now into bowl to 4. The 4 gets a slow delivery outside of the off stump, and the ball dies in front of Mason. Ricochets off his glove to the field at the second slip position. There's no addition to the total, 26 without loss. Nichols, Bacon, Combermere in search of 98 for first innings point over Milo Lodge, who were dismissed just after tea for 97, having gone to lunch at 84 for 5. So at present, they trail by some 71 runs. And we have 20 overs and 1 delivery left in the day. Here is Toppin on the way into bowl to Fort, and Fort, like he's done all day, goes on the back foot, and the ball goes through the keeper, goes past the bat, and down to the fine leg boundary. And into the boundary for 4 byes. So, again, unsure where he's going to get a scoring opportunity from. And he stands on the crease as part of the outside of the off stump. Ball missed the edge, missed the keeper. Bad miss by young Mason. It says he has been a little bit indifferent behind the stump thus far. He's been good down the leg side, but a little hot and cold with normal deliveries. And he's conceded the boundary, which has led the Combermere score to 30 without loss. Hines has 16. Fort has been on 3 for quite some time. And we now have a run rate of 4.29. They trail by 67. For further thoughts of the impression of this innings, here's Andy Payne, the old veteran.
Yes, again, just a little bit of inconsistency in the bowling, especially top end there. You've seen him being a bit wide on occasions, and he's also delivered quite a few no balls there. So that's added quite a bit to the score. This 30 so far, that eliminated any kind of hard work from the batters. But Hines, he's on 16. He's going a bit quiet. He's showing good patience though, and then even though he's not getting those boundary balls, pretty much the score the previous over that he had from Rowe, you just saw him left quite a few balls outside the off stump. He didn't go after any of the white balls. So that's good patience being showed by him, Lyndon. So it seems like it's going to be your first bowling change coming up now. As you said earlier, it looks like Sargent's got the ball in his hand again.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Or is he begging
If
for
he
more?
bowls, I'll be tricked here. He has the ball in his hand, and I'll tell you what. He marked out his run, and the fielder behind him also marked out his run. And you usually see this when in our time, where there it is. I wouldn't fall for that. I seen this too often playing in my time. Where the off spinner is begging for the delivery. So I saw him collect the ball. He marked out his run like he did last over, but it was mindful that the fast bowler behind him had also marked out his run, and Barrow is going to pick it up. So Andy, you might have fallen for it, but he didn't fall for it. So once again, I suspect that Shonico, will have to beg a little longer and wait a little longer to get the ball. So 30 for loss, bowling change.
Well, if there's ever a chance to actually see a man begging for the ball in a cricket match, here it was.
Well, Hines waits on the right arm fast bowlers into him. Short delivery down the leg side, not taken by Mason. And he falls to the ground. Doesn't concede a sundry as the slip gives him some assistance. 30 without loss. And Barrow.
Yep.
What's his first name?
Joshua.
Joshua Barrow. Slimly built. Goes past the umpire and bowls delivery, which is outside the off stump, allowed to go by Hines. So it's been a disciplined spell the last 4 overs, basically, where they've been able to stem the flow of runs. But the question is, they haven't been forcing the batsmen to play either, Andy, and having scored only 97. It's a little bit of a mixed bag because you have to attack, but at the same time you have to kind of be on the defensive as well. Here's a short, long hop, and it eludes the keeper, will run down to the boundary, will pull up inside of the boundary. They run 1, and they're ambling back for 2. This is extremely poor running, Andy Payne, because it's a thick outfield. Well, not necessarily thick, but could use a layer or 2 taken off, and the ball pulled up inside of the boundary, and the batsmen, who are 2 young batsmen, obviously be faster than you and myself, and they were able to amble back for 2 wide signal by the umpires.
Yeah, it was the aggressive running that you could have think there, but 3 was definitely
3 was
on.
definitely on.
Yes.
And I think it speaks to the approach of this pair, basically. Hines on 16 waits on Barrow, who goes past umpire freeze just about now. Goes short delivery on the leg side, tucked into the leg side. Square leg is off the boundary. And that is Gittins, who has it under control. And Hines by 1 to 17, 34 without loss. This is over number 8. So we have another 2 overs in my stint left. Khalik Fort is on 3, having faced some 18 deliveries. And wearing the yellow helmet. Hines in the blue one, the dark blue at that. Here's Barrow, moves into bowl to Fort. Fort gets a delivery which squares him up, and he plays it on to the mid-on position. Shortest mid-on, or shortest mid-wicket intercepts. And he remains on 3, has been on 3 for quite some time. 19 deliveries in his face, 34 without loss. Nichols, Bacon, Combermere against Milo Lodge, who were dismissed for 97. And Fort pulls out and just asking this between the keeper and the slips not to talk while he's settled. And that's the right thing to do. You don't want any disturbance while you're settled and focusing on the bowler who has the ball in his hand. This is Barrow. Moves in to bowl to Fort. And Fort to this delivery is across his stumps again. Very, very early. And plays a short delivery that could have been whipped through mid-wicket. Back down the wicket. So what he's doing is he's slightly falling over. And he's kind of predicting that he just wants to get onto the front foot. But that delivery was short enough. They could have worked it into the mid-wicket region. And lack of rotating the wrists. He remains on 334 without loss. Barrows into bowl to Fort and delivery on the leg side. Lovely take and then put down by Mason. So if there's one body has been working tremendously hard, is young Mason, and the young diminutive man seems very, very frustrated. He puts both hands out, Andy Payne, and I think he needs his bowlers to give him some support. At the end of over number 8, it is 34 without loss. Nichols, Bacon, Combermere in control against Milo Lodge, who were dismissed for 97.
Yes,
more for Payne.
Definitely Combermere there in the driver's seat here. 34 without loss. Just trailed by some 63 runs for first innings. But I'm sure this Lodge team, they need to get a wicket. They need to get a wicket soon. But they don't see where it's coming from here so far. Lyndon, as you said, they're bowling the balls some plenty wides down the leg side as they had it wide in the previous over, and as well widely off stunt. And Fort, he's prepared to just bide his time out. He's not looking to play any kind of aggressive shots at all. So anything on those stumps, he's just happy to contend to just defend it, and it's really keeping Hines off strike for some balls, and he's not going into any of his.
He, as a result, he's not going into a shell as well. Well, I suspect that a little break there just know that several messages would have come out. One for the batters, and then one for the fielding side. And we're going to have a bowling change. It's going to be Liam Seeley to pick it up. So the captain, the right arm off spin, is going to take it up from the southern end of the ground. And he'll be doing business with young Hines, who has 17. And
Yes, and Sealy, like I told you, I know he bowls some off spin. I've seen him bowl a bit of off spin for a BCL team down there in St. James. Shannon, we have also applied my trade there as well. And then
well, he starts into bowl to Jahidi Hines. He's into bowl to Hines, and Hines gets to be tossed up, and he locks in behind it, plays the ball into the onside. There's no run, so good start, given some flight. Looks to be interesting. Let's take you around the field. There's a slip in position, backward point. There's a cover on the boundary, short cover as well, mid off, mid on, straightest mid wicket, square leg is in position, and a deep mid wicket out on the boundary. Here is Sealy, right arm off spin to bowl to Hines. Hines gets a poor delivery, badly bowled, badly lined down the leg side. No signal from the umpire, so you got away with that one, Andy.
he did indeed, but he seems to have a bit of grip on it as well. I just think his alignment with that one seems to be a bit targeting the leg stump. I've seen him just making some adjustments in his field. He's asking Gittins.
They'll pull Gittins off the boundary, and they've replaced. Gittins is now going to go to slip. So they switch around the fielders. Gittins comes up from the boundary, cover boundary to slip, and the cover will remain in place. The former cover fielder is now the sweeper on the boundary, and Sealy, right arm off spinner. And over number 9 comes in to bowl to Jahidi Hines, and Hines gets the outside leg of the off, something goes onto the back foot, allows the ball to spin into him, plays it off the back foot into the offside. There's no run. Watching the ball late, they call that. In all times, Andy Payne would have been onto the front foot.
Yeah.
This generation go onto the back foot.
The fouls. Well, they have lots of time.
Well, he goes onto the back foot, and as you say, he has lots of time. Plays it to the fielder at short point. The return comes in, and he makes it. So run number 18, a good observation that the field is too deep, but that has been the case all day long because the outfield is kind of slow, and could use a layer or two taken off for the ball to run across a lot easier. Remember, it's a sand surface here at the Rubis playing field, the home of the Bajan ladies. 35 without loss, 4 on strike, and to the off spinner. He's lunging forward, struck on the pad, the P for the leg before. Not out, says the umpire. Umpire Sergeant. Square leg is early fields. 2 veterans have been around for quite some time. And young Liam Sealy, hoping to be around for a long time as well, comes into both the Khalik Ford, who also wants to be around, and he goes onto the back foot and is being said the off. The P for caught behind. Not out, says the umpire. So Andy, we've worked out that we're not sure where he's going to get a scoring opportunity from, and he takes the shortest way out of that, which is the easiest way to get out, because he's trying to steer a ball between the slip and the keeper and flirting with danger. And at the end of over number 9, it is 35 without loss. Fort is yet to move from 3, and Hines is on 18, having faced some 34 deliveries. Fort has faced 23 deliveries, 18 overs remaining, with a run rate of 3.89. The sun is out of all its glory, and the DJ is playing some lovely music. Andy.
Good first over that by Liam Sealy. As you can see, he's gotten a bit of turn on it. Just played a few of them on the shorter end, but as he brought the batsman forward, you can see the ball just taking him on the inside edge of the bat. So you can tell he'll get some purchase here, and he's got a good loop on it as well, Liam Sealy. So I expect him to bowl quite a bit.
Well, once again, your favorite cricketer has the ball in his hand, and he's marking his run now for the 3rd time this innings.
This time he definitely must be having a
and
bowl.
this time I think he will have a bowl. This time he finally have a bowl, because young Barrow, not seeing him, looking for him, is gone off the field. So it's going to be Shoniko Sargent to take it up. And the total 35 without loss, start of over number 10. And he's in to bowl to Jahidi Hines, and this delivery is pushed through, flat and fast, and played into the onside. Might have hit that ball through the offside, Andy Payne.
Yeah, I think he just compensated for a bit of turn on that occasion. So he kind of played with a turn on it. But you can see Sargent, he seems like he's just going to be a bit flatter.
Oh,
and
yes.
You see Sealy, on the other hand, he's giving it a little bit of a...
And Sargent does seem flat with pace, with pace on. Slip in position. Backward point sweep on the cover boundary. Comes in with a skip and a turn. And there is Hines locking in behind it. Plays the ball back to the bowler. There's no run. Short cover in position mid off. Long on 3/4 of the way. Deep mid wicket. Straightish mid wicket. And the fielder behind square. The keeper goes down. Well, he's already down. And here's the outside of the off stump. Nice take by the keeper without any movement whatsoever. Just an eye-hand coordination. As over number 10 is in progress. Nichols, Baker, and Combermere looking for 98 for first innings points. 35 without loss. Hines gets a flat delivery and forces it through the offside. The sweeper comes into play and they'll pick up 1. So with that single, Hines is up to 19 from some 38 deliveries. Fort comes back into strike. He has 3. And 36 without loss. So they trail by some 61 runs on first innings. And now I'm going to angle the computer so that the sun doesn't... Oh, this is beautiful. Thank you very much, Mimi.
She's very experienced at this, Lyndon.
That's why she's paid the big bucks. 36 without loss. Here is Sargent in. And there is Fort lunging forward.
Yep,
He remains on 3 from 24 deliveries.
Again, Fort just prepared to just defend any balls coming down his wicket. Anything wide the off stump as well.
He reminds me a lot of the West Indies captain. Test captain, that is. As this delivery, he is forward. Plays the ball to that straightish mid-on position. And at the end of my stint, 10 overs in the first innings of Combermere have been sent down. They're 36 without loss. They trail by 61. Hines has 19. Fort has 3 more from Andy Payne. And then the next voice you'll be hearing will be that of Andrew Mason.
Yes, and then Sargent, as we said, pretended to be a bit flat and fast with his off spinners as opposed to Seeley, who's giving a bit of flight, a bit of air. You can see he's a more assertive of an off spin bowler, Seeley. So he'd be more asking questions. Sargent on the other side seems to be just of a tight type of bowler, but it doesn't need that. There's someone, especially like Fort, who's just prepared to just block anything on the stump and left anything wide of the off stump. So hello, Andrew.
Hello. How are you doing? How do you see it now? 36 without loss. The Nichols, Bacon, Combermere in control.
Very much in control. I mean, 36 trailed only by 61. They've got all the wickets in hand, and a day and 2 days remain in this competition, in this tournament here, Andrew.
Yeah, well, the action continues with the captain who is into the attack with his off spin. Suppose, you know, at this level they play the 1, 2, 3, 4 with the fast bowlers in operation for quite a long time. You would have thought that you might have just had the spinning earlier. Fast bowlers didn't look effective at all. Much better delivery. But of course, at this level, you know, they're still learning the game. So maybe a short leg would be a good thing to have. And this is where I think that the coaches come into it as well, just giving assistance to young minds, helping them with field placing. That's crucial. There is the square leg and there's also the mid wicket. There you go again. Ball that's turned away in the air down to where forward short leg would be. I know at the under 19 level you've got to be 10 feet or more away from the batsman. Beautiful piece of bowling. That's the arm ball. Beautifully bowling. The spinners have come in and already they look different. The cricket looks different with the spinners in operation. Liam Seeley's father's watching and knows a thing or two about bowling. His father did so very well for the bank side over the years. Good bowling again. That one went through the arm. And looks a pretty decent off spinner.
Yes, he certainly is. Just a little mind-boggling, as you said, help from the coaches, really. He scored only 97, and the spinners came into the attack when the score was 34.
Yep.
I really don't get to understand. That is where your strength lies in your slow bowlers. But still, we're here to see how it goes.
And he looks good. Seeley looks like someone that will certainly get wickets. There's no doubt about that. he ends the over with a nice tight delivery on the off stump. 36 without loss. Hines looks a good player. He actually opened the bowling and opened the batting. And this is a young man you should keep your eyes on. I think he's a wonderful cricketer. Fort has been blocking the ball away like Chanderpaul when he first started. He's got 3 from 25 in response to Milo Lodge's 97. Nichols Bacon, Combermere. They're doing well. They're 36 without loss. Time for drinks.
Yes, certainly, but you need to create a little more pressure. Let's get a short leg in. Put the cover feeler, catch in. Put him in the eye line of the batter. You need to get the wickets, to stop them from getting first innings lead. So deep mid wicket and all this, these fields, really and truthfully, you need to create some pressure. And really have not been seeing that from the Milo Law side, really. Because you need to get 10 wickets, as simple as that, if you want to get first innings lead. But as I said, it's really mind-boggling from the coaching staff. I'm not here to knock anyone, but I mean, these youngsters are learning, and sometimes along the way, they might need some help. So you can send a message, suggesting that a more attacking feel by the captain from Milo Lodge is set. Looking to create some pressure, looking to make early inroads.
Yeah, so Hines, 19 from 44 balls, Fort. But he's playing his role. He's got 3 from 25. And this represents a pretty decent start for the Combermere side. The game being watched by the chairman of selectors, who just passes by. Of course, we were talking about Elvis Howard, whose contract, I understand, has been renewed for another 10 years or so, given the fact that the team has actually done so well. Why would you want to change a winning combination? And, I was saying earlier that preparation is so vitally important, and you could see the difference. And, the manager of the Barbados side, who would have had the experience of being the captain of the Spartan side for some time in the past, and someone who knows this cricket very well. When I had him on my show, I asked him, what's the difference in relation to the Barbados team? And of course, when you look at teams across the Caribbean, and Jamar Niles, who was a Parkite, was saying to me that preparation is so vitally important. And as I said earlier, a lot of money being spent in Barbados in cricket. There's no question about that. Unlike some other countries, in fact, cricket is very, very not alive in Jamaica in particular. I don't think that any other country in the Caribbean would entertain the thought of streaming the under-15 finals and have it on national TV. I mean, it's something that is amazing. I'm not sure that, in fact, I can tell you that I don't think any country in the Caribbean, and maybe in the world, actually brings cricket at the level that is brought in Barbados, at the junior level. The under-15 tournament being streamed, not on the BCA website only, but on CBC. The under-19 tournament. And on Sunday, at the region's Mecca, in case you didn't know, Kensington, we're going to have the finals of the 50-over competition. It's going to be not only on the BCA website, but it's also going to be on CBC, thanks to Pearson Bowen. And, of course, the Barbados Cricket Association, ably led by Stephen Leslie. And that's going to be streamed. So you're talking about lots of viewers. And I really want to congratulate the Barbados Cricket Association for its effort. We're just about to resume. It's going to be Sean Sargent, and he's going to bowl to Fort. So the cover has been brought in, quite rightly, just to cut that single out at extra cover. Here's Sargent. Push down to mid-wicket. Not sure you need a long on, but you never know. Fort has been very solid. Seemed to be very limited in stroke play, but the important thing is he's there. Sargent, who's an important player for Lodge. Given lots of, he elected to go back to that. Trust in his judgment and also trust in the pitch because the ball turned in rather slowly.
Yeah, certainly. On the back foot, deep in his crease as well. Made it pretty easy for him to play in the end.
Nichols, Bacon, Combermere, the defending champions. And they look like champions. I mean, they've done very well, restricting Lodge, sponsored by Milo, for just 97. Much better delivery. Just outside the off stump. But they'll get a single. So good opening stand between Fort and Hines. A couple of Combermereans in the uniform. They've also arrived as well. Of course, it's back to school. It started yesterday. You got your kids to school okay, Donovan?
Oh, no, I don't have that to worry about anymore. They're
Okay,
off to work.
Oh, they're off to work now.
Off to work.
Okay. Thought you might have had a kid or two in the November of your life.
Oh, no. I leave that for the stronger guys. Andy Payne and Lyndon Yard, those guys are
Not necessarily in that order.
in that order. But
Right. Yeah, it's very expensive nowadays to have children go to school, but of course you got to do it. Single down to that backward point area. You're pointing out the square leg field is wasted.
2 overs, not a single ball has gone to square leg based on what he's bowling.
Right.
And not one single ball will go to square leg. This is a really bad ball. So you move him from square leg over in the offside, which gives you the added protection. You could even put a gully in,
Right.
be a little more attacking, and still defend the single in the offside.
I
So he's
agree.
really a waste man there.
He's a wasted man. Yeah. So lots of pondering for the Lodge team to do, just in front of the scoreboard on the far side of the ground with their coach. And they're cool as well. Good work by Mr. Green and his team doing the streaming. Here we go. It's going to be Seeley to Hines. The keeper Mason. It's done pretty good so far behind the stumps. Just trying to work out how tall the keeper is. You think he's about what, 3.5 feet?
It's just a little over.
Can't use the word tall. It's a lovely flowing drive. And don't get a chance to see the juniors play. For obvious reasons, we do a lot of cricket, but I think you should write this name down, Hines. He's a player with good ability in terms of his bowling. He's quickish at this level. He's on the 15 and he can bat. He opened the batting and the bowling. And I know sometimes you can get it wrong, but from what I've seen of him, I think that he's got all the ability. He's going to get a bit stronger. He's going to get quicker. And he hits the ball pretty well. He's got a good solid defense. I think he's a good cricketer in the making. I may be wrong, but I just think so.
He certainly looks the part.
Yeah, with Ford just popping the ball in the offside. Useful just to maybe just try to put a little bit of pressure on him. Maybe just have that silly point in. So the sun has come out in all of its glory. There was some speculation that we would have had driving rains today, but that has not happened. In fact, the weather's been good. So another run for Nichols, Bacon, Combermere. They'll be even look for the second here. We'll get it. Good running down to wide third man. Back for the second. And a no ball as well. Umpire Samuel Sargent, who's been around for quite a long time at the junior level. Yeah, Fort is someone like I think perhaps maybe Gittins has got more stroke play than him, but he set his stalls out to just defend and defend and defend. So Another over gone, 43 without loss.
His best supporting role. That is his job there to make sure he stays there with Hines, really. But I would like to see the Lord side a little more attacking. Bring a feeler in front of the bat. Suggest that there's pressure when there's none to create that illusion for the Combermere batters. You just whisper a soft word to mention pressure. Just get in their heads a bit, because if they continue to bat like this, they have all of tomorrow to really knock off the 97 runs to get first innings lead. So I would imagine that the Milo Law side will want to get some wickets, but there's not that pressure being created. Suggests to me that they're really looking to take wickets.
Yeah. Here's Sargent to continue his battle with Hines. And that's badly lined. And we'll go very close to the boundary. We'll get a second. Skrellick has to come to bat with square. It was full. It was outside the leg stump. Put away. The outfield is heavy. Under normal circumstances, that would have gone to the boundary. So Hines goes to 23. Milo Lodge desperate in search of a wicket here. Yeah, but Hines' defense is solid. And he just waits for that bad ball. That's what you should do, cricket. It's not that difficult. It shouldn't be really. Just wait for the bad ball. Might have been deceived in the air. Could have changed his mind there. Popped it square in the onside. It was short of catch it, but falling just in front of the fielder at short backward square. Short, no problems at all for Hines. Sargent has been steady but not really threatening. He's just been thereabouts. The tight over, 2 runs coming from it. Hines continues to certainly defy the Milo Lodge side. So how's the pitch played, after the break?
A lot better. The ball's coming onto the bat a little quicker, a little better. But really no pressure created by the Lodge side. There's so many gaps in the field. You can hit the gaps, you can get your ones, you can get your twos easily. So there's no pressure at all for the Combermere side, really. As you look here, you can see gaps all over. So far it's easy sailing for the Combermere side.
That's full. Lucky to get away with that. They'll get a second. Down to cover. Of course, Hines, just going to note, arguably the best all-rounder the tournament, regional under 15. Top 3 in terms of runs and wickets as well. Yes, I can see why he's good. There's no doubt about that. Very organized player. Of course, the situation is that Hines just continues to be very quiet, just waiting for that bad ball. He's 25, very good player. I like him. Ford has got 7. And Nichols, Bick, and Combermere, 47 loss. We also not only want to thank the Barbados Cricket Association, but the Student Revolving Loan Fund for coming on board and making sure that this is all possible. Making sure that we're able to get enough money to pay Mr. Green and his streaming team. They're very pricey, you know that? Very pricey.
They are.
So we need to make sure we get lots of money to pay them. The League Cup is on today. And of course, Man United, your side, playing against Barnsley, 4 up. Stoke City playing against Fleetwood Town, they're 1 up. Queen's Park Rangers 2-1 against Crystal Palace. So Crystal Palace 2, Queen's Park Rangers 1. Everton and Southampton, 68 minutes gone, 1-1. Preston North End, Fulham, 1-1. Blackpool playing against Sheffield Wednesday. Blackpool, they haven't scored, but Sheffield Wednesday, they've scored. Brentford 3, Linton Orient 1. So for those football fans, we just thought we'd bring you up to date.
I think you made a mistake, Andrew. That 3-1, that's not my side at all.
Oh, really?
No, they're not.
Okay.
I'm from Anfield. Let's remember that.
Oh, you're from Anfield. All right. Is that Newcastle in Anfield?
The team that I can't seem to ever get over, Forest.
What happened in the weekend? You lost to Nottingham Forest. They always give you trouble.
Always.
Mm.
One love.
You were beaten.
Yeah.
And I suppose in tight races with teams like Man City, they're not going to drop points.
Not that easily.
When you lose to teams like Nottingham Forest, it could put you back, set you back significantly.
Early days, Andrew.
Early days. So we see a bit of aggression here. It seems as if we can have the silly point or forward short leg. Let's see what happens. The helmet has been sent for. And the guard, protecting, of course, a very sensitive part of the anatomy. 47 without loss. So, you call for it. You got the forward short leg in.
Yeah, certainly. Some kind of aggression here now shown by the captain, Liam Seeley, which should have happened a few overs ago, but it says never, better late than never, isn't it?
Yeah, and they've also pulled the cover from the boundary in to stop the single. So there are 4 fielders in the offside, saving 1. And there he goes with that fielder onto the bat. He looks uncertain, pokes it into the onside in the air. The value of pressure, and it's something that we don't see enough generally in West Indies cricket.
It's true.
I don't know why though. I mean, at the local level, we don't see that aggression. Here's Sargent to Fort. Big appeal for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. Mason thought he had him. Throwing the hands around to a little man, 3 feet and a half. Hands akimbo. He's upset. He thought there was an edge there, but beautifully flighted by Sargent. So he's elected now to go onto the back foot because of the fielder.
You see, because of the short leg here now, Andrew,
indeed.
He don't want to go forward anymore.
No, not at all.
So you bowl an over for, let me say, for no runs, and you create the illusion that there's pressure really by saying that there's pressure on.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's how you get the wicket.
Indeed. That's what we're going to do. It's a little bit short. Now, I would now even put a silly point in and just have those two fielders round the bat. Just put that pressure in. I'm a big believer in attacking fields.
So you drop the runs for a couple overs.
Yep.
Keep the field attacking.
Exactly.
Create that illusion that there's pressure because really and truthfully, the Combermereans are in front.
Yes.
So you just want to create that doubt.
Psychological pressure.
Psychological
You're
pressure.
right.
Because it's now gone to mental and psychological, the cricket has gone to that part now. You're going to start from here. Is we're going to start.
You're right.
Get a wicket or two, and you never know. You're into them.
Yeah, you're right. I've seen it so often with fine captains making those adjustments. You would have played a lot at the first division level. Who would have been some of the top captains that you would have worked
Mark
with?
Heswick.
Good captain.
Mark Heswick, beautiful captain. One that's ultra attacking and carries the belief that don't care what, we are going to win. Winston Reid, another good captain. But before then, I was started with Arnold Jilks, another good attacking, aggressive captain. And you would know that we had a winning culture at Banks. And even when I started at Spartan, it was the same thing.
So here's seeded to continue. 2 full. Just a single. So it seems as if the coach has gotten into their heads because for Seeley, there's also the forward short leg in now.
Because you need wickets. You need to get some wickets.
So the 50 beckons now for the Nichols Bacon Combermere. So there's a slip that has been put in. And there's also the forward short leg. There's a square leg mid wicket. Looks as if the cover is going to come in now from off the boundary. Anderson Seeley, whose son is bowling, the captain. He's also seems to be coaching as well. He's seems to be actually helping them to set the field there on the far side of the ground, Anderson Seeley. Yeah, but Fort is the man who's going to block until the cows come home. There's no doubt about that. He's not going to give his wicket away. He knows his role here. Milo Lodge, they need a wicket, they need it badly. Ooh. Went back to a ball that kept a little bit low, but it was so slow that he was able to make the adjustment.
Yeah, certainly. And a quicker pitch, that one would have easily.
Vincent Reed would have had him leg before there.
Oh, yeah, long time.
He was so good at that.
Yeah.
Set you up on the back foot out leg before. Yeah, that's a ball that, under normal circumstances, Andy Payne or even Lyndon Yard would have driven down to cover. Instead, Fort blocks it. Yard did it over cover.
In Liat.
So Anderson Seeley, of course, was so good with his left arm spin bowling. His son is bowling off breaks. He was a left arm orthodox spinner, was he?
Yes, he was. It was also David Seeley.
David Seeley as well. Very good.
Who was good. We had Winston Reid, excellent. Then we had Terry Rollock.
Terry Rollock. What's become of Terry Rollock?
He is in the UK for a lot of years.
Good leg spinner.
Excellent. And a very good batter as well. Then we had Guy Stewart from, I don't know his first name. Robert Stewart.
Yeah.
Robert Stewart. Another very good
quick leg
spinner.
breaks, yeah.
And then I came and I did my, I mixed it up a bit.
Okay.
I mixed it up.
You did? So you had a nice concoction there.
Oh, yes.
Here's Sergeant to continue. Shaunico Sargent, taking a bit of his father's name, Sean Sargent. I think the mother's Nicole, so they said Shaunico. So they name the children nowadays. Here's a drive. up towards that mid-off area, giving lots of air.
Well, this about 2 overs, no runs came really.
No.
And now Hines believe that he's behind the 8 ball, even though he's in front.
Yeah, indeed.
Careful.
Be careful.
It's coming.
Something could be happening. Lovely piece of bowling. No. Is it mid-on slightly back? Or is it?
Yeah.
Could it be tighter there? She gets the run, so the pressure's off a bit. That single could make so much of a difference. But they got to attack forward. They got to put the silly point in forward short leg in. Bring him on the front foot. Fort is a poker, as they would say. Somebody said young Craig Brathwaite. Well, they're Combermereans. There's also another Combermerean who was a poker. Peter Lashley. Oh, he was a poker, wasn't he? Poke you out all day, all night. Some interesting stories about Peter Lashley, told by Maurice Foster of Jamaica. Told me that he would always theorize and say he was going to play him and would play for turn. There was none, and there was always caught it slip off Foster. Lashley gone. Said he got him on several occasions dismissed, but certainly was a good tight left-handed player working the ball around. So 49 without loss. Nichols Baker, Combermere are in charge at the Rubis Sports Club on the mighty Grynner Highway, and after some overcast conditions, it's given away to beautiful weather here. And now we got a change in bowling.
Yeah, certainly. The captain coming off. Liam Seeley is off. I'm trying to see who's it is on. Is it Bell?
So Bell to come in to attack, a little man. So you got a very, very little bowler and a little keeper. So let's see what Mr. Bell will do here. Lyndon Yara says he's a mystery bowler. We shall see. Yeah, some spin. A little bit short, but there was a little bit of turn.
Leggy.
It looks that way to me. Have a look again. Not bad, not bad, not bad.
Oh yeah, leggy.
Think he's got the googly?
You have to wait and see.
You'll have to wait and see.
This is where we'll have another man in front. He's not want to be out caught at short leg or in front of the bat, so he's going to hit the deep mid wicket.
Nice little bit of turn from him. A little bit short, but he'll get the length right. But so far he hasn't looked bad at all. The leggy. Bell. Did he offer a shot there? I'm not quite sure he did. Let's wait and see what the umpire will do. Oh, it's a bye. Oh, I thought it might have just come from his hip, but it just went straight through. So Man United 5 up now against Barnsley, so we should win the game.
That's your side. You're happy.
I'm happy, very happy indeed.
I can see it in your face, Andrew. You've just won the Mega 6.
And I would love to. So the 50th come on the board now for Nichols, Bick, and Combermere. And the supporters out. See Frank Gill is here as well. And the action continues. But when we look at it, as we prepare for a change of commentators, it's been a very good day for them. Having won the toss on a pitch which had some moisture, able to restrict Milo Lodge to just 97, to which they've replied strongly. They're 50 without loss, with Hines, who opened the bowling and now the batting. He's on 27, and Fort has given good support. His first officer, he's got 7. Here's Sargent to continue. And it's just been waiting for that ball off line or short ball to score. He's been very measured in his performance here. Waiting for that bad ball, Hines. Good concentration. There was a significant difference in the bowling of Combermere and Lodge in terms of the fast bowling. Much better Combermere, I thought. Elected to go back to that delivery. It's hustled on to him, but he played it hurriedly into the offside. Seemed unsure as to whether to keep on the front foot. Much better delivery, but very well played by Fort. Solid as ever. He's faced 53 balls for 7. That's not important. What's important is he's at the crease. So Nichols, Bacon, Conway, they trail by 46 with Hines on 27. A run rate of 2.55. Just 7 overs remaining. And a very strong position for them. 51 without loss.
Yeah, certainly in a good position. Hines looking pretty good on 28, and Fort, a best supporting role. You also get a prize for that. Really and truthfully, content to stay there, intent to stay there with his partner, and Hines doing a fine job so far. It's easy, as they would say, easy as a Betty Crocker cake here. You just pour the mix in, just add some water, and you have a cake. It's easy here, easy sailing for Combermere, and really and truthfully, the Milo Lodge side need to get a wicket. They need to get it now.
All right, so the leggy continues. We're going to have a change in commentators at the end of this over. The leg spinner gets going pretty quickly, so Lyndon Yard and Andy Payne will come a call in very soon. So here's Bell, the leg spinner. Bowling to Hines. No difficulty in going back and playing the ball out to cover. In fact, Jabbar Niles was talking to me by WhatsApp. He was talking about this young Hines as a bowler and as a batsman. And I've written his name down because I think that from what I've seen at this level, very good batsman and quickish, of course, at this level, of course, will defeat, as we saw when he got 4 wickets, batsmen at this 13, 14. He'll win battles comfortably with his pace, and no doubt about his ability. Here's Bell, too short, Lucky to have gotten away with that. But there's a big difference in the bowling too. The Combermere side look much better in terms of the bowling. 2 wide the off stump. And he's very slow indeed. So, as we come down the home stretch in the first day of the Under 15 final, of course sponsored by the Student Revolving Loan Fund in association with the Barbados Cricket Association. This game being streamed on the BCA website and certainly carried on the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, thanks to the collaboration between the BCA and CBC. So the viewership should be pretty good. 97 to Milo Lodge, and in response, Nichols Bacon Combermere, 52 without loss. Time for change of commentators. Andy Payne is going to be joined by Lyndon Yard.
And the first delivery is pushed back on the offside by Hines, who remains on 74 in pursuit of that 98 for first in his points. They'll be allowed to go by outside in the off stump as they'll welcome Andy Payne.
Thank you, Lyndon. So they're just trailed by some 45 runs.
Any surprise that Sargent is continuing? He did everything to call for the ball, but he has not been effective. I think he pushed through the ball a lot too often. Doesn't give the ball enough time to at least try to entice the batsman to use his feet or to get any guile or whatsoever, any movement. So it seems you could basically play him as a medium pacer. I think that's what they've done successfully in to negotiate him. He's in, and here's the hit high, hard, and straight over the long on region for 6. As I said, you can use him as a medium pacer, and I think that Hines has decided he's had enough of him. They be tossed up with flight, and he smacked it straight down the ground for his second 6. He moves to 35, and just when you think that they were shutting up shop, an inviting invitation is taken up, and with that, Combermere eases up to 58 without loss.
Yep, good shot that by Hines. Again, that one, like you say, he's not bowling it with much air, but like you said, play him as a medium pacer. If you see that one on the return, so that one's a bit full, and he was able to hit all through the line, and he was intent to hit it for a maximum, as he rightfully did. So good shot by Jahidi Hines, and like I told you, this young man, he's got the ability to get the ball over the boundary, Lyndon Yard. So good shot again. Just speaking to Coach Corey here a little bit earlier, he was telling me that he was sure that Hines, he's had some over 400 runs in the tournament to date. So he's continuing his good form. He's now moved to 35 not out, and obviously he's man leading this charge for the Combermere team.
Well, it's been a good partnership. He has 35 from 77 deliveries. Khalid Ford, he has 7 from 57, and despite the fact that he's been ultra reserve, he's played his part in the partnership, and they trail by only 39 runs on day 1 as we come down the home stretch, with just about 5.2 overs remaining of a possible 65 in the day. 21.4 overs gone, and I can tell you that Hines on 35 has looked the part. Remember, Hines himself picked up 4 for 9 in an authoritative spell of seconds when he came back from the northern end. It is Sargent who's going to continue. He sent no 6.4 overs, no made his none for 13. He's in to bowl to Hines, and Hines allows this one tossed up slightly off him to go by through to the keeper in Malachi Mason.
It's just interesting how he's been patient enough. Hines, he knows he's got the ability, like I said, to get it over, but he's very intent. He's looking for a base score here, Lyndon.
And he gets it a bit outside of the off stump to conclude. Over number 22, allows it to go by, taken by the keeper, who puts his hands on his head. And I'm sure that wasn't even close enough to the stump, but maybe they more were concerned the fact that he allowed it to go by, because really and truly could have hit it over the offside, but opted for a change to play off the back foot. Just shadow his off stump, make sure the ball can spin back into the off stump or center stump, and allow it to go through to the keeper. So the end of over number 22, Nichols Bacon Combermere, since they won the toss, have been sitting pretty. First they asked the large school, Milo Lodge, to take first knot, and from a lunchtime position of 84 for 5, they were eventually dismissed for 97 with a top score of 41 to Shakobi Gittins. Well played for that 41 by the young man. And Jahidi Hines, he picked up 4 for 9. Hines has 35 and he waits on the leg spinner and gets a debut outside on the arse on the leg break. Spins past the bat of Fort, taken by the keeper. So Bell in his third over, 2 overs for 1 run. And Combermere 58 without loss. Final 5 overs.
Yeah, Bell's prepared to give it quite a lot of air, Lyndon.
Well, he's in, and this one is tossed up short. And onto the back foot goes Fort. Can't pierce the offside. Wants a single. And might have gotten it. But he needed to wait until the ball pierced the offside. Had gone past Barrow, who was at cover. And he fumbled. And in the end, Hines was proper on his back, unable to get the single. It'll be tossed up on a little leg stump and spins and bounce and plays down into the gully region. And here's the difference, Andy Payne. If the batsman is prepared to use his feet, it's high enough in the air that it is very difficult to run past it, basically. And it's not fast through the air either. It's a flat delivery now. And he goes onto the back foot and he pulls it back to the bowler on the bounce. That is Fort. So he remains 7 from 61. Hines 35 from 79. 58 without loss. Over number 23 in progress. 2 deliveries remaining. And there is a leg break, which is cut hard into the ground by Fort. Can't score. And we are just 1 delivery shy of completing the day's 23rd over in the Combermere innings, having dismissed the Law School for 97. And onto the back foot goes Kalik Fort. And he remains in this partnership, crucial partnership of 58. He had 7 from 63 deliveries and having scored 35 from 79 deliveries. That is Jahidi Hines, a run rate of 2.52. Really doesn't matter. Minutes remaining today, or after the remaining overs today, with 4 overs remaining. And after 23 overs, Combermere 58 without loss.
Yeah, Ford again, just happy to just stay back and bat the ball as it comes to him. He's not looking to play anything aggressive whatsoever, and then he stayed back for these balls and just hit them into the ground. No kind of power into the shot as well. He's not getting it into the gap. So you just be prepared to continue to see Fort just bat out the day's play. You know, just bat out the day's play and allow Hines to continue to do the running with the scoring. It seems like there's a bowling change coming from that the northern end in the captain himself.
Well, I'm not surprised that there's a bowling change because I thought that Sargent was too predictable, having done his bit to get the ball. And here is Seeley, who brings himself on from the northern end of the ground, having started at the southern. And at the southern end, he set up 5 overs for 9 runs without picking a wicket. And now starts at 6th over. And he'll be bowling to Hines, who's seen him off so far. It's 35 from 80 deliveries, so this delivery which is tossed up. He's in the over cover. Lovely shot. It'll run pretty close to the boundary. There's a sweeper on the extra cover boundary, which is very square. And the batsman is back for 2. So tossed up. I'm not afraid to hit it through the ear or over the top. And 2 more to Hines takes him to 37, 6 years old loss.
Yeah, another positive shot, but I like how Seeley continues to give it some air. He's got a good guide on it, Lyndon. He's just coming down on that off stump into the middle stump. He's getting a bit of spin as well. So anytime you get into the pitch, you be asking some questions to try to hit him a bit straighter. So well bowled again there by Liam Seeley.
Field adjustment, long on is now being sent out. And this delivery brings Hines forward. And he plays up the offside with soft hands. There's no run, so still a field on the point boundary. There's a backward point, there's a cover, long on and long off, both out. Straightish to mid-wicket, forward short leg in position on deep mid-wicket, and this delivery is outside in the offside and played with soft hands to the fielder at the cover region. That is Barrow. He feeds cleanly, and there's no run. I think he was only handed 1 over. I don't know if he was carrying an injury or something. But Seeley, the captain, is in outside of the off stump and edge past the slip. They take 1, surely will come back for 2 as the ball pulls up well inside the boundary. And a little bit of a lazy shot there by Hines Penny.
I think it was a different variation there, Lyndon. See him just, if you have a look at this on the replay, just give it a little bit of air outside the off stump. I thought he just looked to run come over a little bit to give a bit of arm.
Well,
Well ball.
he picked up a good edge. Defeat the fielder at slip, who was very late on it. He reacted after the ball has passed him. And no surprise, having said that, he's now been pulled from the slip position. So you must have your right fielders in the right position, because he really reacted way, way too late. If that was at him either, he probably would struggle to catch it as well, because the reaction was very, very late. So now Giddens goes into slip position, and there is a slog sweep in front of square. Mid-wicket is interested, and the ball is into the boundary for 4. Glorious shot. A delivery tossed up centre and leg, and no, down on his knees, not quite like Boys to Men, but he swept it along the carpet. And Andy, it was hit so hard because the outfield is thickish enough, but that's the first ball that really traveled across the outfield into the boundary for 4. Hines to 43. He's begin to open up his shoulders. 66 without loss.
Well, look at it, Lyndon. See how low he got for the sweep shot. So that's getting himself into good position and having the levers that he has as well, even to X10 and get that power. And then I'm playing it well in front of square for a 4. So another good shot by Hines. He's moved on to 43. And like I tell you, this young man, he's got lots of shots, Lyndon. It's just, I'm impressed with his patience that he's shown so far, as he's got the tenacity as well to hit some boundaries.
Well, at the end of over number 24, Nichols Bay and Combermere 66 without loss. 31 they trail by now. And Sealy none for 17 from his 6 overs. And we're going to see the right arm leg spin of Bell to continue. He's into bowl to Fort, who gets a single into the onside. They run a single. The return comes in. Not a good return. And it drags young Mason, the diminutive Mason, away from the stumps. The batsmen take 1. So Fort up to 8 from 64 deliveries. Hines on 43, having faced him 85. 67 out lost. Combermere in total control of the Barbados Cricket Association under 15 finals being played here at the Rubis Texaco ground. Bell is in, and the leg break is short and pulled to mid-wicket. The fielder goes back, and the ball goes over his head and into the boundary for 4. So bad bit of judging, and you really ought to have taken that catch, Andy Payne. And with that, Hines moves to 47. Chance gone a begging. Poor bit of fielding there by the fielder. Never judged it. And never was trying to get back. Just turned and run with his hand up in the air, hoping it will drop in. We look at the leg break, and I think what did him there was the bounce, Andy. So not only was it the leg break, but it actually bounced considerably higher than he anticipated. Here's a full toss, which is driven back to the bowler. There's no runs. Hines 47, 71 without loss.
Yeah, well, that ball should have been taken, but you said badly misjudged by the field out there at the mid-wicket area. But Hines, he's been getting a few runs the last couple of overs. He's spared that one to backward point this time. Can't beat the fielder there. It's like Giddens. Giddens seems to be one of the most agile fielders on the field, but you can't have him everywhere.
That is so true. I think he's being put wherever the ball goes. Bell moves in to bowl to Hines on 47. Hines gets it outside of the off stump. That's the leg break. Allows it to spin into the gloves of young Malachi Mason. MM. And Bell, with his 50 delivery, brings the leg break, which rips off the edge of Hines' bat. Controls it. It stays along the carpet. And the umpire Sergeant signals that's the end of the over. So we have 2 overs remaining, and I can tell you they trail by some 26 runs, and at present Nichols Bay and Combermere 71 without loss of 25 overs in search of 98 for first innings point against Milo Lodge, who were dismissed for 97. Andy Payne.
Yeah, Hines got a bit lucky in that previous over. A ball from young Bell, who's got quite a bit of bumps on that one, and you saw Hines going back to pull the leg break, spinning across his body. It hit high in the back, but the man at mid-wicket, he made a meal of it, Lyndon Yard, misjudged it terribly, and he was able to get into the boundary for another 4. So it will be Sealy to continue from that, the northern end.
And this delivery is worked by Fort up to long on. Will get himself a single.
That's good.
So he's up to 9 and gives the strike to Hines, who has 47. 72 without loss, Combermere. And this is the BCA under 15 final. Of course, sponsored by Student Revolving Loan Fund. And streaming live on CBC, as well as the BCA stream as well. Excuse me. Hines on 47 waits on Sealy and allows us to be tossed up to go by to the keeper. Seemed to have drifted out a little bit, Andy.
doing it. Yeah, you can see that he's using that bit of a variation every now and then. You can see him just rolling it over with the thumb to try to get it arm out from the right hander. So good delivery to have in his armory.
He's into bowl to Hines, and Hines is whipping this one through mid-wicket. There's a field out there. This could go close to the boundary and into the boundary. And that's the 50 for the young man. Beautifully played by Jahidi Hines. 51 off 92 deliveries. What a brilliant knock as Combermere move up to 76 without loss. And well played by the young man.
A very good knock there by young Jahidi Hines. He's played a good knock, and then he's just put away the bad balls, and he's bided his time in the middle. Very patient indeed, and just capitalize on anything given the room, the width, or the shortness of on this pitch.
And he eases forward to the fourth delivery of this over and plays it into the onside. There's no run. He remains on 51 from 93 deliveries. But how wonderfully well has he played? Definitely dominated the day. It has been his day, 4 for 9 in the large innings. And now he goes onto the back foot and plays a delivery about the 5-meter mark, back down the offside. And there's no run. So he has one delivery to survive in this over. Then we have one over remaining in the day's play. And it is Hines on strike, 51 against his name, and he goes past umpire early fees. This be Captain Liam Seeley, and that delivery is played into the onside to end over number 26. Combermere, 76 without loss. That's Nichols, Baker, and Combermere, 76 without loss, and Milo Lodge backs against the wall. Where can they get a wicket from? Hines has 51. Well played. 95 deliveries he's faced so far. Fort has 65 deliveries. He's been very solid at the other end. Just about one over remaining in the day's play. Trailed by 21. But definitely the happiest of both sides. Definitely the Watford base Combermere side.
Yes, Lyndon, and if to add to that 51 runs scored by Hines, he's also has some 4-4s and 2-6s in that inning so far of those 95 balls that he's batted to this day. So he's really put his team in a good position. You can see he's got a selection of shots. It's just also that patience to just stay there and don't give it away. So he's really put his team in a good position, like you said. Fort, he's been very supportive. He's got some 9 off 65 deliveries, but that don't matter. He's just making sure, ensuring that his team get up to this first innings lead and come here tomorrow and try to really press on the advantage.
Well, desperate for any breakthrough, Zion Toppin is back, and he starts in from the sudden end to bowl to Fort, and this delivery is a ground eater, and Fort, as watchful as he has been all day, the ball hits the middle of the bat, and he playing that hit about the 12-meter mark, and it never left the surface really.
He
did well to keep it out, young Fort. He has 9 from 66 deliveries, 76 without loss. Combermere in search of, or in pursuit of 98 for first innings point. Here is Zion Toppin. None for 13 from 4 overs is in. A delivery which the batsman is playing lazily forward, and the ball passes the outside edge of Khalid Fort's bat, and just lunging at it, a little indecisive as to whether he wanted to let it go by or just play it with soft hands. I think he's kind of shut up shop, but he's played the sheet ankle roll. He's played it well so far. 76 without loss. Here is a Toppin on the way to bowl to Fort. Fort to this delivery is allowing it to go by, to be taken by the keeper on the bounce. That is Mason, and this is not what you want this final over from young Zion Toppin to be all about. You wanted to ask the batsman question. You wanted to force the batsman to play some shots, or actually just defend his stumps rather than just allowing the ball to go through the keeper.
Yeah, well, that second delivery, that was probably the first time that a ball was outside the off stump that you saw Fort play that. He's been prepared to leave all those balls alone all innings, but that second ball, it was just on the outside. He pushed at it.
Fort on 9, 76 without loss. Combermere gets a delivery outside in the off stump. Again, the left pad comes across the stumps. The bat is held high above the bills and it's through to the keeper. So we're very much down the home stretch with 2 deliveries remaining. And in over number 27, Combermere 76 without loss. Hines 51. Well, he's played from those 95 deliveries he's faced. Fort on 9, waits on Toppin, who goes past the umpire and bowls to him. Delivery outside in the off stump. A repeat of the previous delivery, where the left pad comes across the stump to cover the off stump. The bat goes above the bills to allow it to go through to the keeper. And Mason, in his exuberance, throws the bills down. And he has the sense of awareness to assist umpire Early Fields, who's more or less looking just to bring the day to a close. Doesn't move from his stance. And the repair job is done by Mason. Here is Topping in. A delivery pitched up outside in the off stump. Allowed to go by through to the keeper. And that is the end of the day's play. Combermere in response to Nichols Bacon. Combermere in response to Milo Lodge 97 all out. They close of 27 overs at 76 without loss. Fort is not out on 9 from 71 deliveries. Jahidi Hines is not out on 51 from 95 deliveries. And they can give you the scorecard. So Hines, 51 from 95 deliveries. They can give you the boundaries. And he struck some 4 4s and 2 6s. Very, very impressive innings. While young Kalik Fort is not out on 9 from 71 deliveries. To come Fairbrace, Daniel Hood, Barton. Just going to give you the batsmen to come. Butcher Lewis, Stevenson, Jackman, Stanford, Hartley, Ward, and Paris. The extras in that innings were 16, 5 byes, 7 wides, 4 no balls. And at the close, Combermere of 27 overs, a total of 76 without loss. When the large school were invited, the batman player got going at. Give you the bowling figures. Young Toppin, 5 overs, 1 minute, none for 13, 5-1, 13-0. Rowe, this is Levi Rowe, 3 overs, 1 minute, none for 13, 3-1, 13-0. Barrow sent no just 1 over for 4 runs, 1 over for 4 runs. Seeley, 7 overs, 1 minute, none for 22, 7-1, 22-0. Sergeant, 7 overs, 1 minute, none for 13, 7-1, 13-0. And Bell, the right arm leg spinner, very impressive though the way he gives the ball some loop. Should have had a wicket of Hines. He sent no 4 overs, 2 minutes, none for 6, 4-2-6-0. As I said, 76 without loss of 27 overs. When the large school batted first, when the game got going at approximately 11:30 this morning, despite the overcast conditions, they were dismissed for 97. Top scorer to Shakobi Gittins. He made 41 from 81 deliveries, batted exceptionally well. Shanico Sargent, he got 26 from 42 deliveries. A young Seeley, this is the captain Liam Seeley, contributed 10. And I could tell you bowling for the Combermere side. Jahidi Hines, he picked up 4 for 9, 4 for 9. Justin Paris picked up 2 for 27. The medium pace of Butcher Lewis picked up 2 for 28. And Daniel Hood, he collected 1 for 12. I've been joined by Andrew Mason, who watched the action from the get-go. First of all, he started with a toss. And Andrew, how effective or how daring was winning the toss to the final outcomes of today's play?
Well, I think it was a pretty predictable decision given the rain that we've been having recently. Lots of moisture in the pitch, and I think if Milo Lodge had won the toss, they would have fielded first. So it was a good toss to win and justified in terms of that decision to bowl Milo Lodge out for 97. But I think when you look at it, Gittins 41 and Sargent 26 didn't have any support. I mean, see that the captain got 10. They lost a lot of wickets towards the back end of the innings. And I thought that Hines was brilliant with his bowling 4 for 9. Paris, I thought bowled well. Butcher Lewis was steady. And
Daniel
Hood, yeah, he was steady as well. So, Gittins and Sargent threatened for a bit, but 97 was always going to be a difficult thing for them, really, in terms of Lodge. They needed to get more, and a pitch which got better for batting as well. I didn't think that the bowling of the Milo Lodge side was that good. The pacers were just thereabouts. The spinners came into the attack, and the pitch that got better. And this guy is a wonderful player, young Hines. Got good support from Fort, and when you look at that performance, it was a very good performance from them. So at the end of the first day, clear advantage to the Combermere side.
Oh yes, I definitely must agree with you. And the question going forward here, Andrew, is how do the Lodge side get themselves back in the game? Because apart from the Gittins, the partnership between Gittins and Sargent, I think they put on 56 for that 5th wicket. After that partnership was broken, it all went downhill. The other batsmen, Mason, Road, Deboy, Seeley, Reese, Barrow, Bell, Toppin, Bellamy, they never really contributed. And from a position of 84 for 5 at lunch, they just capitulated shortly after lunch against the pace, lively pace of Jahidi Hines. And I think having been dismissed for 97, they're obviously going to be behind the 8 ball at the close. Combermere side 76 over loss in total control. Again, that man Hines definitely be his day. Not 50 odd, beautiful innings. Hit a short ball down behind his career, then launched the spinner over the long on. So he seems to have good eye-hand coordination, very good technique. 51 of 95 deliveries. And Combermere, the large school, going through several bowlers, including the spinners. Seeley himself, the off-spinning captain. We saw Shoniko Sargent had some off-spinning, but I think he's basically been too flat and too fast. And all in all, how are they going to get back in the game? Because I think they let the cat out of the bag with those 2 drop catches that young Hines offered just before he got his 50. He offered a catch to mid-wicket that should have been taken. And in the second over the game, he pulled the short ball. Having pulled the short ball for 6, he then hit the last ball to the fielder, straight to the fielder, batter's screen. That catch should have been taken, but having put it down, how do Lodge crawl themselves back into the game now?
Well, it's going to be a difficult assignment for them. There's no doubt about it. From what we've seen of Fort, who's not going to give his hand away, and Jahidi Hines is a wonderful player. And if the pitch continues to be good, what I think the Combermere side will be looking for is a very big first innings lead here to really put Milo Lodge out of the equation. But that's all conjecture. What reality is that they have done extremely well as far as the first day is concerned. Clear advantage to them when you look at the scoreboard with Milo Lodge being inserted. 97 all out in response. Nicholas Bacon, Combermere, large and in charge, 76 without loss, and really firmly with the game in their hands. Well, we've had a wonderful time. Today, the action started promptly at 11:30. Lots of rain in Barbados last night. And
Not a drop here.
Not a drop here. So we got to give the ground staff some kudos for their wonderful work. It was absolutely brilliant to have them. And in fact, as they're now putting the covers from the square. We've enjoyed bringing the broadcast to you. Thanks to the Barbados Cricket Association. Of course, we want to thank as well CBC for staying with us in terms of the coverage, and the Student Revolving Loan Fund for coming on board to ensure that you had an opportunity to see the young stars of tomorrow. I'm Andrew Mason. On behalf of the entire team, you can join us tomorrow, just around 25 minutes past the hour of 11 o'clock. It's good evening to you from Rubis.